Clemson. And with that, welcome to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Two campuses separated only by 106 miles. They both wear orange, and they meet on the diamond for the first time since 1997. The Fur Coat is here, hosted by Blake Burke, and the Clemson Tigers, after a midseason turnaround, are looking to prove that their color orange is the one that works best. So regional championship trip is on the line. The winner of this one moves into that slot Sunday at 6. The loser will play an elimination game tomorrow at noon here at Doug Kinsmore Stadium against Charlotte. And so here we go. Tom Hart alongside Kyle Peterson. This is going to be a fun one. It is absolutely packed in here tonight. Everybody wearing orange, shades of purple, maybe even some black in there. But two teams that are familiar in this way, they've each turned their season around. And for Tennessee, a season last year that looked like it was destined to end in Omaha came up short.
Yeah, I mean, #1 with a bullet last year, and then Notre Dame took them out in the Super Regional. So preseason top 5 for the Vols, but not a good first half. Just 5-10 the first 15 games in SEC play, then it clicked. This new offense that had 8 or 9 newcomers started to hit. And offense was the difference. There's always been talent on the pitching staff. We'll see it again tonight with Chase Dolander. But offense and youth started to take over the second half, and it's got Tennessee as one of the hotter teams in the country.
If you're looking for superstars, you have to look very far in this one. He'll be on the mound, and at the plate, he is Caden Grice.
One of the best two-way players in the country, and for Caden Grice, he's been their best on the mound the entire year. Waited till game 2 to get him out there, anticipating, well, maybe a shot at Tennessee in this. Caden Grice went deep last night. 2-run home run in the first. That got the Clemson offense starting. He'll hit the middle of this lineup and start on the bump tonight. He's been their most consistent from 60 feet away all season.
It is hot. It is breezy. And the wind is blowing out. Fans have settled in. Tough to find an empty seat or a blade of grass. It's Tennessee and Clemson. Sold out crowd. First pitch and a check of the lineups coming up next. Doug Kinsmore Stadium is jam-packed for this matchup in a 1-0 game in the Clemson Regional. Both teams had their ways day one with their respective opponents, Lipscomb and Charlotte. Christian Moore, part of this Tennessee batting order that's really turned it up as of late. He went 2 for 3 with a home run and a double, and drove in 3, had a line drive home run against the 49ers. It was his 14th of the season. A Tennessee team with 116 long balls this year. It came in 6th in the country in home runs. Caden Grice doesn't give up many of them. The 20-year-old junior from Greer, South Carolina, goes 6'6", 250. He picked up pitching again this season after shelving it for a good chunk of last year. And oh, by the way, he's been pretty good. 8-1 with an ERA of 3.25. 91 strikeouts and 69 1/3. What's he got?
I'd say they're glad to have him back out there. He's won his last 6 starts. He's gone at least 6 innings in each of those 6 starts. It's dominant stuff. Low 90s fastball. Slider is his best. I think tonight, don't get too high too early, because this place is going to be electric. And I would suspect if you're Tennessee, you want to make sure that you force him into the zone. Against right-handers this year, and he'll face 5 tonight in this Tennessee lineup. The OPS against that slider, 265, and a whiff rate above 50%. That's the one that can make a difference tonight.
Coming off of an appearance in the ACC semifinal, and he'll start with Maui Ahuna. Doesn't matter your shade of orange, you're amped for this one. Even though that's the primary color, we got Tennessee running back the black tops and purple color choice for Clemson tonight. This should be fun. Maui Ahuna was an all-conference performer at Kansas, and he swings at the first. Transferred in to Tennessee this year. Junior 6'1", 175, 2 for 4 with a run driven in yesterday. OPS over 1,000, but he has struggled against lefties. 120 points lower in his average against lefties and righties. Tennessee knocked off Charlotte 8-1, took an early lead, 5-0 through 3, and never looked back. And that was a cruise for the Volunteers in game number 1, coming off of a one-and-done in Hoover, where they're shut out by Texas A&M at the SEC tournament. That was close. Dave Condon didn't see it as a strike. It was right on the edge.
Yeah, it looked like it just missed. It's the spot Grice wanted to throw it, and it's a really good take by Maui Ahuna.
Breaking ball for strike 3.
It's been his best pitch all year, and Ahuna took the one that was just off the plate and then just froze on this one. You could see buckled a little bit, maybe read fastball, tried to lean in thinking maybe it was going to hit him. Instead, it dropped right over the middle. First out of the game is a strikeout for Caden Grice.
Clemson breezed through the ACC tournament 4-0 in Durham. Only issue was dealing with Mother Nature and some rainy weather. They hit .310 with 7 home runs. And it capped a second half turnaround that started with a hidden ball trick of Florida State. Here's Hunter Ensley making his 43rd start for Tennessee today, and he's quickly in the hole, 0-2. Six home runs and 26 driven in for Ensley. Swing and a miss, back-to-back Ks for Grice.
That's one way to get a crowd involved early on the mound. Go punch out, punch out. Got Maui Ahuna looking at the slider. Then 0-2 fastball just took the two-seamer, ran it off the plate. Hunter Ensley couldn't hold up. Pretty good start for the big left-hander.
Tennessee's Jared Dickey had 3 hits last night against Charlotte, second-team All-SEC. And he swings at the first, sends it down the line. Will Taylor coming over across the line and can't quite make it. In front of a standing room only crowd, and the part-time baseball player, part-time football player as a wide receiver and kick returner came up just short.
Got them all over the place. We're hanging over the fence down the left field line. Kind of looks like East Carolina last year in the Super against Texas, where they're hanging out over the fence. It's a pretty good sight tonight.
If there were rafters in this place, they'd be clinging to them. 0-1. Dickey fouls another one off. Another fastball from Grice. 12 home runs, 47 driven in for Dickey. Redshirt sophomore from Mount Juliet, Tennessee, leads the team in average hits, total bases, and triples. And a swing and a miss. Caden Grice K's the side in the first inning on 12 pitches.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'd say Caden Grice is ready to go. 3 punch outs to start. Here comes the Tiger offense.
At the stadium or out, bring your dog because he's going to remember this one too. It's a big orange battle here in Clemson, and Caden Grice shoved in the first. Here's a look at the batting order for the Tigers. 3rd in the ACC in batting average. Not a ton of pop for this team with 66 home runs, but Billy Amick hit another grand slam. Was 8th inning shot in game 1 against Lipscomb. That blew the doors off the game, and Clemson was able to settle in for a 12-5 win against the Bisons. Chase Dolander was perfect last year. He was 10-0. He is a projected top 10 pick in this year's draft, making his 15th start, 6-6 with a 4.28 ERA. Better get to him early if you want to, but 107 Ks over 73 2/3.
That's a future big league starter. Last year's SEC pitcher of the year. And while the numbers are down a little bit, the stuff is not down this year. Upper 90s fastball and a hammer slider. The key for Dolander is swing and miss with that fastball up in the zone. That's where he wants to live. That's where he'd like to swing and miss, work ahead, and then just keep climbing the ladder.
He didn't pitch in the SEC tournament against South Carolina in the regular season finale. He struck out 13 and didn't walk a batter in just 5 1/3 innings. Leadoff hitter for Clemson is the surprising Cam Canarella. The ACC Freshman of the Year came in as a shortstop, but had a good fall and a great spring and has taken over in center field. 2nd in the league in stolen bases. There's some speed with this Clemson team. And a fastball misses up. Tennessee thinking bunt from Canarella. Zane Denton playing on the grass at 3rd base. Up again, 2-0. And this ball is ripped to right field, right at Christian Scott. One down. Mentioned if you want to get Dolander, you better do it early. Glavin-esque in the sense that in the first inning his ERA is near 11, then he settles down and does it quickly.
Yeah, he seems to get better as it goes on. Sometimes maybe a little bit too amped, and you can see the first two pitches of this game were that. Fastballs missed way up and out of the zone. Freshman Canarella put a really good swing on that 2-0 fastball there.
This is Cooper Engel at the plate, starting in right field tonight, and he fits one through the left side. One out single for Engel.
Similar approach last night. Shot a ball to left field early. Started behind the plate last night, out in right field tonight. He's the first Clemson runner tonight.
If there's a guy that knows big game intensity, it's Will Taylor. He's from Irmo. Sophomore out of Dutch Fork High School. It's a 19th round pick of the Rangers coming out of high school. Turned it down. Under Armour All-America, Mr. Baseball, and by the way, All-State quarterback. Now plays wide receiver for Dabo's team in the fall. We're talking with him a couple of days ago about the turnaround of Florida State. He said our season was going nowhere. We knew we had to flip it around. So since then, every single game has been like a tournament game. 2-0, up again with the fastball. .45 walks on the season for Taylor. Fourth in on-base percentage in the league. Tipped it in the catcher's mitt. 2-1.
Changing the bat right there because it would be 3-0 on Taylor. Fastball was up and out of the zone. That's where the misses have been for Dolander. Fastball down in the zone, then Engel shot to left. Other than that, the misses have been primarily up arm side.
Engel not much of a runner. He almost fell asleep over there. 1 of 2 on the base paths. There he goes. Pitches up. The throw from Cal Stark is caught by Ahuna. The helmet came off, and the mouthpiece ends up past second base. Thought that was a ball at first.
I was with you. When the mouthpiece went flying, I thought the ball went flying. Cal Stark, over the course of the season, who has not had great success throwing base runners out. Stark had thrown out just 6 of 39 before that. But put it right on the bag. And Cooper Engel, only 2 stolen base attempts the entire season. I mean, it was baseball, glove, head that all met at the exact same time right in front of second base.
Dave Condon is a home plate umpire. Eric Bakich came out to talk to him. Even before Bakich came out, the home plate umpire signified that they're going to go to review. Angel Campos is the crew chief.
That is a heck of a play. Heck of a play by Christian Moore. Because it's short hop, body coming in at the exact same time. I don't know how he caught that without it hitting.
Cooper Engel should thank him for catching it. Otherwise, it was going to be in his ear.
Yeah, I was going to hit him right in the side of the face. But for Engel, I mean, you got body and everything arriving all at once.
Shouldn't take long.
No, it should not take long at all. That was a really good throw by Stark and a big-time play by Moore to glove it.
What does it tell you that Eric Bakich wants to run here early on with Engel, who's essentially his catcher?
Yeah, I mean, I know the wind's blowing out a little bit. I know this place has been really offensive. You got 2 dudes on the mound tonight. This doesn't feel like a 7-6 game. This feels like every run is really going to make a difference, and they take a chance against a guy in Stark that, again, hadn't thrown it great. I mean, that is so good right there by Moore. So good. I mean, it's one thing to make that play if nobody's sliding into you. Secondly, he's got to glove it right at the same time, because there's going to be contact with his glove and then hold on.
We're told that they're also looking at obstruction at second base.
I don't know how you possibly call that obstruction. I mean, he's got the opportunity to make the play too. And the other thing is Engel had the outside of the bag right there. I mean, there's a clear path. You can put the glove down there when you're making a play. I mean, you don't have to get out of the way for the guy to slide. Both can happen at the exact same time. I think that was his thumb guard that came flying out.
Well, Eric Bakich is in his first season as Clemson's head coach. He knows postseason success. He won the Big Ten tournament with Michigan, and he took the Wolverines to the College World Series in 2019. He's got Jack Leggett, longtime head coach here, at his side. They retired Leggett's number 7. Bakich was a student assistant for Leggett to start his college career, and a staff that included Tim Corbin and Kevin O'Sullivan. The result will not be announced, but we're told there was no obstruction and Engel was indeed out.
Christian Moore's having himself pretty good first 2 days here. A couple hits last night, drove in 3, hit one of the seats, and right there made a defensive gem in the first. Don't forget about that as that game goes on.
This is only the 7th caught stealing in 50 attempts by Cal Stark. Back to the at-bat, 2-1 to Will Taylor with 2 down now. Well, Dolander up in the zone, even though he's got the velocity to command not there. That was a 3-1 pitch, excuse me, and ball 4 to Taylor. And here's Grice, one of 3 finalists for the John Olerud Award, 2A Player of the Year, and a Golden Spike semifinalist as the Player of the Year. Starts him with a changeup. Grice went 2 for 2 with a home run last night. And this is a spot he's comfortable in. 37 of his 66 RBI have come with 2 outs. It's the best rate on the team. Breaking ball up and away. Grice is prone to striking out. 3rd most in the ACC in the regular season with 70. They're playing Christian Moore in shallow right field for the left-handed hitting Grice. 6'6", 250. .97-mile-an-hour fastball, 2-1. Burke holds Taylor, and this one's fouled straight back. .44% of its hits go the opposite way.
Yeah, that more in the outfield too. Infield more on the pull side, outfield sometimes more the opposite way. And that's why they've got Christian Moore all the way on the pull side and in shallow right.
Slow roller. Moore's got to hurry. Got him. The caught stealing looms large in his first inning. Clemson unable to do anything with its first hit of the game. Scoreless through 1. Man, if you like upsets, this has been the tournament for you. You can follow it all on Squeeze Play. Grab your phone, scan the QR code. You get around-the-clock multi-game coverage. ESPN Plus subscribers can get expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. Last night, full moon, a lot of weird results. We've already seen Auburn eliminated. That's the bracket that's opposite this one, by the way. And Squeeze Play right now on ESPN Plus, they're quadratic. And that includes Duke and Ryder in the 1-0 game in the Conway Regional. Duke's got a 1-0 lead the second. Isn't the Ryder head coach a doctor?
He is, in fact. Yes.
Second inning of work for Caden Grice. He K'd the side in the first on 12 pitches, and he is just pumping the strike zone. This is Griffin Merritt, senior from Cincinnati, who transferred in from the University of Cincinnati. Team best 18 home runs, and this ball is ripped foul. Merritt had a good game in the opener last night against Charlotte. 3-run home run in the 4th inning. Scored a couple runs. Up and away. Merritt was the American Conference Player of the Year last year, also a Casida Academic All-American. And he torches this one to left field, ranging Taylor. Catch made for the out.
Hit that one too square. That was 112 off the bat right there for Griffin Merritt. Will Taylor had him played perfectly there and just in time.
Out of Brooklyn, New York, Christian Moore. Moore homered last night. One of the 116 struck by Tennessee this year. They've hit more home runs the last 2 years than any two-year combination in program history. Upstairs, and Grice had to do some housekeeping with his landing spot. Never seems like his pulse gets going too fast.
It sure hasn't looked that way yet.
Breaking ball to third. Took a funny hop on the lip. Right, recovers in time. 5 up, 5 down, and Blake Wright with a fine reaction over at the hot corner.
Well, this infield is manicured perfectly, but you're still going to get hops off the lip sometimes. And Blake Wright is expecting this to go high, and it hits right off the edge. You can see he stays down. That's a really good reaction. And honestly, probably a little bit better he was playing it to the side. It's easier to go down and get that right there. He does, and then knows he's got plenty of time to get more. Caden Grice has now set down the first 5 tonight.
Slugging Blake Burke sends one into the Tennessee bullpen on the first pitch. He was a freshman sensation as a platoon player last year. Sophomore from California. He's got 15 home runs this year. Hit 14 in 22 starts with a .326 average last year. Caught just a piece of it. If there's a concern for Tennessee, it's the bottom half of the order. Burke, Denton, Scott, and Stark combined to go 0 for 14 last night against Charlotte. But if they could get this guy going, especially from the left side of the plate,
he can hit some tape measure shots. Now, last year, Tony Vitello played him primarily just against righties. This year, it's been different. He took a breaking ball that just missed in right there. Exactly where Grice wanted to throw it, but that's another 4 or 5 inches over the plate. That's a called strike 3.
Up the middle off Grice, lost his hat, and Burke comes up with Tennessee's first hit of the game.
A 92-mile-an-hour fastball and hit it 109 miles an hour right back up the middle. Blake Burke, man, when he barrels it, she can go a long ways. This one on the ground, and Tennessee will take it. First hit of the night. It's a 2-out single in the second by Blake Burke.
So 1 on, and the inning continues for Zane Denton. Transferred in from Alabama, led the Crimson Tide at the home runs last year, had 13 of them. He's 1 off that pace right now. Burke has 4 stolen bases on the year. 2-0. Popped him up. Benjamin Blackwell, the shortstop. And that will end Tennessee's half of the second. No runs, a hit. One left. We move on at Clemson, no score. We've had one team sent home already. Charlotte eliminated Lipscomb with a 9-2 final this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. White Hudipole threw 129 pitches over 8 innings and struck out 11 to get the win for Charlotte. They await the loser of this one in an elimination game at noon tomorrow. Billy Amick, Riley Bertram, and Blake Wright due up. Amick's a sophomore from Batesburg, South Carolina. Comes into this one hitting .416, which would lead the ACC if he had enough plate appearances to qualify. Only his 41st start. And ended up first team all conference despite coming off the bench early in the year. March 10th against Georgia State in a game that he entered as a pinch hitter. Struck a 2-out walk-off 446-foot grand slam. He moved in the starting lineup the next day. Dolander missing up with the fastball again, 3-0. Groove's 95, 3-1. What's going on with his fastball? Why is he missing up?
Everything is up. Sometimes you just get a little bit too excited. Get quick to home plate, kind of run away from your arm a little bit, and that's usually where Dolander will run into issues. But when it gets right, it's that one right there. Just 2 of 5 first pitch strikes so far, but now he's worked a 3-0 count back to 3-2.
Amick hit the 8th inning grand slam for Clemson yesterday. They started this tournament. Home team gets a chance to choose their starting time, and so they went game 1, left the night game for Tennessee. A little bit of extra rest for the Tigers. Fouls another one off. And another. Chase Dolander started his college career at Georgia Southern in 21. He was 4th on that team in strikeouts. They played Tennessee in the non-conference that year, and lo and behold, Dolander ended up in a Tennessee uniform the next year as the SEC Pitcher of the Year. 10-0, including a win in the Supers against Notre Dame. And a pop-up with Moore headed back. Scott, late jump coming in. Moore can't get it. And Billy Amick with a leadoff single here in the second.
9-pitch at bat right there, and Amick had fouled off a few good fastballs. Christian Moore just got spun around. Started to go one way, didn't go the other, probably thinking there's a chance Christian Scott's going to be there, but he had a late break. You're anticipating everything going over your head. I think especially after last night, the way the ball has flown here, it was a full swing right there. Scott thought it was going to be deeper than it was. It'll go as a leadoff single for Amick.
And so here's Riley Bertram. Mentioned Eric Bakich came to Clemson from Michigan. He had Bertram on his team in the College World Series in 2019. First pitch changeup, 0-1. Bakich took Michigan all the way to the championship series in 19. Already 2 of those pitchers from the Michigan team in the big leagues, a third on its way. That was a close-knit veteran team. Bertram was just a freshman, but a regular on it. Michigan hadn't been to Omaha since Barry Larkin was its shortstop. Let her high, but a strike.
And that was there. Fans here don't like it, but that one caught the very top part of the zone on a changeup. And that Michigan team beat Vandy game 1 of the finals too. Vandy had to come back and win the next 2 to win Tim Corbin's second national title.
Bertram spoils one. Bertram was sensational, has been sensational in the NCAA tournament. 12 tournament games coming into this year, 405 average with 3 doubles. Two for 4 last night. Loud contact, but not much carry, and Ensley has out number 1. Couple of first pitch changeups, one to Grice and one to Bertram.
Yeah, both the left-handers, and that's usually where Dolander's going to use it. He doesn't throw too much to righties, but to lefties it can be a good pitch, even elevated right there. That was a pitch that Bertram hit, just couldn't square it up.
Third baseman Blake Wright was hitless yesterday, 0 for 4. Oh, that one gets all the way to the backstop. Catch made by Stark with the bare hand, but a wild pitch allows Amick to advance 90 feet.
That was a cutter or a slider that just zipped right out of his hand. It was not a first pitch fastball, but Dolander just having a hard time getting ahead of guys right now. And watch it release. He's trying to zip across it. It just popped right out of his hand. That's what he wanted it to look like.
That one looks better. Blake Wright is from Bel Air, Florida, out of the Clearwater area. Fastball for a strike. 1-1. Pardon me, 1-2. Swing and a miss on the cutter. That's the first strikeout for Chase Dolander.
Cutter that got away to start the at bat, and then he came back and pumped 3 in a row in there. A fastball and 2, or cutter, and then a fastball, and then another good cutter. We'll start that one on the outside part of the plate. Doesn't move a whole lot. Just enough to get off the bat right there. 89 miles an hour. I haven't seen a lot of swing and miss yet for Dolander, but more of that will happen if he can get ahead in the count.
Veteran shortstop Benjamin Blackwell in the 8-hole. Bounces it up the middle. Ohuna reaches it, spins, throws. Runner coming home. The play there is in time. Heads up play by Blake Burke to keep Amick from scoring, and that's the third out of the second.
This is pretty good all around, because off the bat it looks like it's got a chance to go out in the center field. Maui Ahuna can show you some flash, and then Blake Burke with a heads-up play. Gets it to Cal Stark just in time. Tag down. No run through 2. We're still scoreless at Clemson.
Clemson in the 1-0 game. Winner gets a spot in the regional final. This is Doug Kinsmore Stadium in Clemson. It is hot and breezy. And the ball's been flying out all across the country, just as it has all season. We're on pace for highest home run rate in college baseball history. Christian Scott to the plate to start the third for Tennessee. Temperature pushing 90 degrees right now in the upstate. Here's the first to Scott. And Caden Grice misses low. It's a rarity to find a guy like Caden Grice. Florida has it in Jack Caglione, but that is a superstar at the plate and a guy who can hold down a rotation in a Power 5 conference. Grice is the cleanup hitter. He's got 17 home runs. Caglione is second in the nation in home runs for Kevin O'Sullivan's squad.
Caglione got the start last night. Florida beat Florida A&M 3-0 in their opener. Now he's back in the middle of that lineup. Grice has had a better year on the mound. Been a lot more consistent, especially throwing strikes. Power numbers for Caglione have been a little bit better.
Now, Grice's first quality start came against Florida State. That was a series that turned around the season for Clemson in a lot of ways. Struck out 5 over 6 1/3. He also hit a grand slam in the win. And he had a sophomore slump last year for a guy who was projected before he arrived on campus to be a first-round pick. And Eric Bakich said he really felt like the opportunity to get back on the mound has decluttered his mind. He doesn't have to overthink one area. He also added that he's now playing with a smile on his face again, and that's great to see.
Well, he's been their best. This is a different Clemson team, and I don't know if they make the run if Caden Grice isn't in the role that he's in right now. Jacob Jarrell, the freshman catcher, thought that should have been a called strike. He pointed at Grice right after the pitch, but it was not. Check swing said he didn't go, and the Vols have their leadoff man on here in the third.
First walk from Grice brings Cal Stark up. Really interesting that performance at both the plate and on the mound improved for Grice once he got back on the mound.
I think the declutter part makes sense. I mean, it's like you're going back to Little League, doing what you've always done. Just you're good at both, go do both.
Fun dip.
Always. Big league chew.
Up and into Stark. Maybe some orange slices in your lucky. Did he pull back? Yep. That one deadened on the dirt. And Jacob Jarrell handles the sacrifice to record out against his counterpart. Advances Scott to second. And back to the top of the order, and Maui Ahuna. Ahuna struck out looking in the first. Jarrell getting the start behind the plate today. Ingles started yesterday. First pitch strike. Usually when you see a team put together a 17-game win streak, as Clemson has done, they have one lineup and they just sit on it. But Bakich has some pieces he can move around. That includes Engel and Jarrell. Amick first base and DH. And they rotate guys in right field. Ingles out there today. Ahuna goes down swinging for the second time. K number 4 for Grice.
He goes down to the same pitch. For Maui Ahuna, it was a breaking ball that got him the first time, and you could see he recognizes, and it was almost a split-second decision as to whether or not this is going to come back across the plate. I don't think it did. And when a lefty swings a dead pitch, that's a really tough one to get to. It's a backup breaking ball inside. It's back-to-back strikeouts for Maui Ahuna to start this one.
Here's Hunter Ensley. That one hip high and inside. Ensley struck out in the first. One of a handful of volunteers whose numbers against lefties are just a fraction of what they are against right-handers. One and one. Same pitch, in for a strike again. Sitting on 4 strikeouts. Here's the 1-2 to Ensley. Got him. The turnaround started for Clemson April 7th at Florida State. It started with a hidden ball trick put on by the players. Riley Bertram's idea. Right with the tag, caught him sleeping, and then a double squeeze. So everybody running around the bases, and Clemson was able to put together an 8-1 win. They would win the next day 6-2, 26-4 over their last 30 games of the season. They were dead in the water.
Yeah, 2-8 in the league after they lost the opener to Florida State. Little different club since then.
Here's Jacob Jarrell making his 26th start of the season. Freshman catcher from down in Florence. .215 average and 5 home runs. First trip through the order. Dolander's allowed 3 hits. Upstairs to Jarrell.
Just a lot of big misses. We've seen that this year with Dolander. Last year it felt like the misses weren't quite as scattered. This year the misses have been more non-competitive pitches, and that was definitely one right there. And it's caused him to pitch from behind in the count a lot more than he had to last year.
And a leadoff walk to the 9-hole hitter. Second time the leadoff hitter has reached for Clemson. Remember last inning, Tennessee got the 3rd out at home plate. And they're starting to get rowdy here in Clemson with top of the order coming. Cam Canarella. Canarella led the ACC with a .408 average in conference games. And the freshman from down in Hartsville, South Carolina, adjusted quickly to the college game. He hit safely in his first 15. In for a strike.
I thought he might get one of those. That's first pitch changeup, and that one so far has been good. Canarella's first at bat took a 2-0 fastball and scorched it to right. It was just right at Christian Scott. They get another one here. Back-to-back. Back-to-back changeups, one at 89, one at 88, and now Dolander working ahead again.
Slider or fastball here?
Probably elevate the fastball. I don't know if he's going to throw 3 straight changeups.
He does. 97 up and dispatches Canarella.
Fastball plays a little bit different when it's 0-2 as opposed to 2-0. It's the same pitch, obviously location a little bit different to Canarella. Line to right, but this time more in defense mode. It just seen 2 changeups and then the eye level changes. That's where he wants to finish you off, but he's got to get to 2 strikes to have the ability to do it.
Cooper Engel. Engel singled in the first. Was out at second on a caught stealing on a tag to the face. And if into face doesn't make you think of coming to America,
yes,
doing something wrong.
Into face.
Breaking ball, 1-2.
Subtle move right there by Cal Stark, but anytime you catch that ball in the middle of your body, it just looks so much better. And he's got time to do it with that breaking ball. Just kind of shifts his body out. So instead of reaching for that breaking ball, he catches it right in the middle of that chest protector. The ball was off the plate. He made it a strike.
Again, the fastball up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Breaking ball hit well to center field. Ensley has plenty of space. And Gerald chased back to first. Don't want to live in the air in this ballpark this week. You know, the wind has died down a little bit. It's 310 to left, 390 to center, and 320 to right. Lindsey Nelson is known as a launching pad, and this ballpark is smaller than Tennessee's home stadium. Pair of ACC titles for Will Taylor, one on the gridiron, one on the diamond. Snap throw to first.
For Dolander, he'd like to use that cutter against righties the same way that he uses the changeup against lefties. Throw it early. About 10-mile-an-hour difference in velocity and really work the outside part of the plate to each.
Into his second trip through the order. Catcher Gerald is the runner at first. Here's the 1-1 to Taylor. Out of play. Off the plate, 2-2. This Clemson team comes into the postseason as the number 4 national seed, first top 8 national seed since 2016. That one's going to get out of play after Scott gives it a look. Down near the cheap seats in the bus.
The bus.
Got to be the most unique outfield seating in any stadium. There's a bus underneath the. Used to be scaffolding atop the bus, and they came in and said, hey, we should probably solidify this a little bit, make it real instead of just a lawn chair on top of a bus. Chop to the left side. Ahuna. Leadoff walk does no damage. Clemson has stranded 3 through 3. Still no score. Great pitching duel so far in front of a packed house at Doug Kinsmore. No score between Tennessee and Clemson. If you haven't kept up with the road to Omaha NCAA regional action, upsets continue. Now, Campbell, the best offense in the country, kept its scoring streak alive. They had 10 runs in the 7th and the 8th to beat Coastal 10-5 in this one. Pardon me, beat Central Connecticut. And 2 national seeds have already been sent home. Number 11, Oklahoma State, and 13, Auburn, which, by the way, matches up with this Clemson regional for the Supers. Coastal hit a grand slam in the first inning to bounce back after dropping its opener down in Conway. It's just the 3rd time since '99 that a pair of top 16 seeds went 0-2 in regionals.
So opposite this one, you've got Samford and Penn playing in the winner's bracket game tonight. Loser of that plays Southern Miss tomorrow. So either Southern Miss, Samford, or Penn will be playing in a super.
First pitch, ground ball to short. Benjamin Blackwell retires Jared Dickey. 1 down. Ran into some Tennessee fans at the Esso Club last night. They watched that final go down at Auburn, and they got really excited because they started doing the math. And yeah, if Tennessee could win this, they'd have a real chance of hosting a super at Lindsey Nelson. But first, they have to get past number 4 national seed Clemson.
He swung and it hit him.
That's right. It's dead ball. 0-1. By the way, as far as the Quakers' chance is concerned, the last Ivy League team to make it to the College World Series, Harvard, 1974.
All right. That was a bit ago.
Good year for some.
Quakers had won, well, now 11 in a row. That ball scorched again.
Beautiful pickup by Blackwell. 2 down.
That's twice that Griffin Merritt has hit it right in the center of the barrel, and twice that Clemson has been playing him in the right spot.
Two down for Christian Moore. Christian Moore hit a home run to right field last night against Charlotte that came off the bat at 20 degrees. It was absolute 2-iron over the fence. 107-mile-an-hour exit velocity. One and one. What do you think of Grice so far?
He is. This is a game right here. When a guy swings and misses at your slider and it hits him, probably a pretty good pitch today. And that guy happens to be Griffin Merritt, who had 18 home runs this year, and it's a pretty darn good college hitter. Yeah, Grice has the A stuff tonight.
And this ball's launched to left field. It's gone! Home run, Christian Moore.
The weekend just keeps getting better for Christian Moore. Last night it was a home run to right center. Tonight they're going to try to sneak a fastball in on his hands, and this is pulling your hands in, getting the barrel to it right there. Christian Moore, home run to right center last night, home run to left center tonight. On the night when one feels like it a lot, Tennessee strikes first.
There's Blake Burke with a swing and a miss. Only the 6th home run allowed by Caden Grice this year. Burke's bat ended up and not only at the backstop, but under the padding. A very similar trajectory to his home run last night. That one 24 degrees for Moore. Burke slices it through the left side. Another 2-out hit for Tennessee. He was 0 for 4 last night. He's 2 for 2 tonight.
Hit it hard both times. I'm a 105 off the bat. And for Blake Burke, 2 ground ball singles today. One right back up the middle and one right over the top of Caden Grice's head. This time, backside ground ball. Blackwell playing him a little bit more to the pull side. Blake Burke's 2 for 2.
Here's Zane Denton, popped up to short his first time up. And a first pitch strike. Denton's second season at Alabama, he was a 300 hitter with double-digit home runs. It looked like he was going to follow his brother's path into a high draft pick, but then he had draftitis, and in 22, average dropped to 263. Strikeouts skyrocketed. He's gotten back on track this season after the change of scenery. Sees 3, and he is strikeout victim number 6 for Caden Grice. But Christian Moore's home run gives Tennessee an early advantage against Grice. NCAA Regionals coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, the home for all 90 NCAA championships. Terre Haute, the site. They're in the 4th inning. Iowa and Indiana State tied at 2. Iowa barely hung on to knock off North Carolina last night. Pitch low and in to Caden Grice. And they say he went, and the count 0-1.
Let's go right through the wickets right there.
I think it did. One ball, one strike.
That's a first pitch cutter. How'd that not hit him? I mean, called a swing anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered, but.
Sharply hit, but foul. "17 home runs, 66 driven in."
Yep.
Third strikeout for Dolander.
That's why he hadn't thrown too much tonight. Dolander. That looked like a curveball. It was. He really didn't throw that to right-handers. Sometimes he'll second, third time around. Velocity difference significantly more than the cutter. That was 78 miles an hour. Backdoor breaking ball right now. The curveball goes. Dolander's third strikeout of the night.
Here's Billy Amick. Oh! Hit batter puts Amick, the All-American, aboard. And we'll bring Riley Bertram up. Bertram 0 for 1 with a fly out to center. We got star power in the house tonight.
That's the way it seems.
Blown away. '60th pitch of the night for Dolander. We saw Peyton show up last year at the Super Regional against Notre Dame. That's kind of a big deal in Tennessee. Standing ovation for Deshaun Watson working the crowd here at Clemson. Bertram flew out to center field, and a big cut there. 2-1.
If he took less than 100 pictures from the time
Walking
he came
third to
just
first.
getting down the right field line, I think I'd take the over on that.
With Clemson president Bill Clements. There's a strike. Jim Clements, 2-2. Big strikeout for Dolander.
There it was again. It's the same thing he did to Caden Grice. Didn't show it the first time around. And for Dolander, this is what the best do. Save your stuff for second, third time around. You don't have to show everything the first time they go through. Gets Bertram into a plus count, goes right back to that same pitch he did against Grice. It's a slower curveball on the outside part of the plate. 2 strikeouts in the inning, now 4 in the game for Dolander.
They'll keep Amick near the bag. He was hit by pitch with 1 down. Hit by pitch, sandwiched by a couple of strikeouts. Grice looking, Bertram swinging. Dolander was up in the zone early, but man, he looked settled in.
He's starting to get a dial back in. I mean, we got ace on ace tonight, and we've got each one of them that brought their ace stuff.
Swing and a miss on the breaking ball, 0-2. Fastball hit well to right field. Christian Scott has space. No blood. 1-0 Tennessee through 4. We'll chat with Tennessee head coach Tony Vitello after this. And Tony Vitello, you've seen some big-time atmospheres in pitching matchups. What's your feeling early on with Grice and Dolander settling in?
It's kind of what it was advertised as. I got a bunch of people texting me saying they're going to, have some beverages and some food and watch the game. And I said I wouldn't mind switching places. It's a little more stressful in here. But if you like to compete, this is what you sign up for. I mean, we got mouthpieces flying around on the field and everything else. So good action for you guys.
Yeah, it's been a good show so far. Dolander's been as good as I've seen him all year. And I know there were some misfires early with a fastball, but he's really locked in the last 2. What have you seen?
Yeah, I think you get a little extra adrenaline or nerves. That means you're human. You're going to get out there and maybe you miss up. I mean, that was rare for Lindsey to miss up yesterday too. But can you weather the storm against this lineup in this environment's a big thing. And I think it's important for our entire team, not just Doe.
Tony, thanks for your time. Appreciate
you guys.
Thanks,
Take
Tony.
it easy.
And so Christian Scott will lead off the 5th inning for Tennessee. This is a Tennessee team that was #1 in the country all last year, basically upset by Notre Dame in the Super Regional. But they played in big games, and they played with a target on their back, not just last season based on the results of their play, but also the style of their play. Hot shot to Bertram, knocks it down, recovers, and he retires Christian Scott. And that'll bring Cal Stark to the plate. I guess my point about that is that when you play in a major conference, this atmosphere, while it's great on television, doesn't seem to rattle the guys in the dugout.
No, I mean, they've been around it. The other thing is, and to Tony's point, like, this is why you play. I mean, this is why you go to these schools. You go because of this. You go because Deshaun Watson comes walking in and the place goes nuts. You go because people are standing down the left field line and they can't sit the entire game. You go because there's smoke coming out from right field because of the grills. Like, this is why you show up. These are the environments you live for.
Cal Stark, 9-hole hitter. Cajun Cafe going strong tonight. 3 pitches to take care of Stark. 7th strikeout for Grice, 2 trips through the order.
It really has been one of those nights to where there was one mistake, and if you even go look at the pitch, it wasn't even really a mistake. It was a fastball in that Christian Moore just put a really good swing on it. Other than that, Caden Grice has dealt tonight. Fastball may not be the 97, 98 that you see from Dolander, but it's been plenty, and the slider's been special.
Maui Ahuna looks at a first pitch strike. Pardon me, missed, 1-0. Ahuna from Hawaii started his college career in Lawrence, Kansas. And after some time with the Jayhawks, where he was first team all conference, he transferred into Tennessee in the offseason. Dad Walter was a baseball player back in Hawaii. little bit more competition for foul balls tonight than we had this afternoon, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, there'll be some battles for him tonight. A little man that ran chasing one, lost a shoe. I don't know that he's not gonna have that opportunity tonight.
He'd rather have the ball than the shoe. Ahuna struck out looking in the first, went down swinging in the third. 2-2 from Grice. Swing and a miss. 8 Ks through 5. And that was a 9-pitch inning for Caden Grice.
The game continues for Grice. Back to that slider, and he gets Maui Ahuna swinging. He's punched Ahuna out 3 times. Halfway home, it's 1-0 Bulls.
Play right now. It's hot with a 3-box including Texas Tech and Florida, NC State and South Carolina, Indiana State and Iowa. Grab your phone, scan the QR code. The only thing you won't get from the QR code is food from the Cajun Cafe, right next to the cheap seats. We got it.
What do we do? We got forks. We got napkins. We got
smoked wings. We got fries. Yeah, we got everything. We got even the chef made an appearance in here.
Come on in.
Yeah, come on. The more the merrier.
Everybody come in.
You got a camera.
Get in here.
Put you on television.
You got an apron on. You got to come in.
Here's Benjamin Blackwell. All right, gang. Here's what we got.
There. There. We got more here.
The man with the apron's got to get it. It smells delicious.
Get the apron in there. Come on.
I'm thoroughly distracted.
What is this? This is wonderfulness. Is that wrapped in bacon? Oh, you were going to go. I mean, you're up there, but you're going to go up one more level if that was wrapped in bacon.
1-1 is up and in. 2 balls and a strike. This is my day is made. Thanks, y'all.
It was pretty
Appreciate
good.
You.
Pretty good to start. Now it just got better.
Only thing that makes a great pitching matchup.
In between games, I'll come see you tomorrow.
Only thing that makes a great pitching matchup better is smoked wings off the grill from the Cajun Cafe.
I wish smells went through on TV.
I know. We need a scratch and sniff. That's the next generation of American sports television. Blackwell fouls one straight back. But they just brought us food.
I told them on the Twitter machine, I told them I was going to go out there in between games, and then I went back to the hotel. So tomorrow I'm going to go out there in between games.
2-2 pitch. Sharply hit up the middle. Ahuna knocks it down, but couldn't get a grip. Infield single for Blackwell. He's now 2 for 2.
Well, Maui already made one beauty tonight, and this one pretty darn impressive just to get to it. That is squared up. You saw the knuckle when it came off the bat. Lays out. If he gets a clean grip, he's got a chance, but Blackwell's a plus runner, and that's one thing to watch right now. We talked about Stark. He threw one out tonight, but he's only thrown out 7 of 50 on the year. A little offensive timeout right here. Eric Bakich bringing them all in, but Blackwell in the season, 26 of 32 in stolen bases. You would think he's probably going at some point here.
All right, and you know the Eric Bakich is creative. We showed the double squeeze that they had against Florida State when they were able to knock off the Seminoles, win that series, and get their season on track. How creative can he be, not only with the bottom of the order, but also with what Dolander's shown?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you call it offensive conference if you're just going to sack bunt. I could be overthinking this, but there was a fake bunt steal right here where they're going to try to get Blackwell out to second without giving an out up. I think Jack Leggett wants to know too. He looked at Eric Bakich and said, all right, what do we got going on here?
Denton in at third. Stark hasn't thrown out a lot at second, but he has at first. He's got 4 pickoffs on this season. In fact, coming into today, he had nearly as many pickoffs as he did caught stealing. There goes the runner. Great jump. The throw from Stark is high. And a stolen base for Benjamin Blackwell. The ACC leader's got his 27.
It just felt like if Eric Bakich is going to bring him in right there, it's not going to be a run-of-the-mill sack bunt. We've seen this, and this is kind of turned back the clock. You don't see it quite as much. Fake bunt steal, so it's going to keep the catcher back a little bit. He can't jump as much because you got to respect the bat. And wait for it. Keep Stark back just long enough. Blackwell steals his 27th bag of the year, and Clemson's got one in scoring position for the first time tonight. Excuse me, second time tonight.
The third out of the second inning occurred at home plate. Stark will step out, and that'll bring veteran pitching coach Frank Anderson to the mound to have a meeting. This is a Clemson team that's got a lot of speed on it. Blackwell and Canarella 1-2 in the ACC in stolen bases, and Bertram is just outside of the top 5. He's got 18 of his own. That was the 100th stolen base of the season for Clemson in 123 tries. Frank Anderson looks like a main character on Yellowstone.
He'd fit just fine on that.
Tony Vitello got to know Frank Anderson when he was a player and an assistant at Missouri in the Big 12, going against both Texas and Oklahoma State, where Anderson coached. Blake Burke is 20 feet down the line of first base. Gerald's bunt is fouled off.
Well, Burke charged him with the ID. He's left-handed, so if it's a hot one hopper to him, I think his thought, at least going in that hard, is to take a look to third first. You got plenty of time.
Would they just send Blackwell on a straight steal?
It depends on how far Denton comes in. I mean, they're going to square again.
Not running yet. Bunts pop back.
I think it's the best spot to throw it when somebody squares the bunt. Go high fastball inside, because it's hard to get out of the way, and so often you'll either see that reaction or you see the ball go straight up in the air and you steal it out.
This scene is something else. The 1-2 to Gerald. Dolander again with the 1-2. And a fake to second. Dolander's 2-2. Line drive to left field. Blackwell stops at third. Dickey came out of his hat with the throw. And Clemson cooking with runners at the corners and nobody out.
Jacob Gerald, the freshman, who did not play yesterday, has got 2 productive at-bats so far. He walked in his first at-bat to lead the third off. Fouled a few bunts off, got to a 2-strike count, shortened up, shot a fastball to left. Now Clemson first and third, nobody out. They turn the lineup over.
So here's Canarella, who at this time last year just finished his senior season down at Hartsville High School, playing for the Red Foxes. Hit 1 home run as a senior in high school. He's got 6 in his first year of college ball, and a breaking ball for a strike. Canarella was a high school shortstop at Hartsville. When he showed up here in the fall, he started hitting, and he kept hitting, and he kept hitting. And his coaching staff needed to find a spot for him. That spot was center field, a position that's new to him, but the hitting has continued. And now he's in the leadoff spot.
I think it was a changeup. 90-mile-an-hour changeup. Last time the Canarella was there, 0-2 elevated fastball got him to swing through. That time, changeup that was almost too hard to the freshman. Now see if they try to climb the ladder with a fastball like they did last time against him.
Well hit, deep right field. Canarella's done it. A 3-run shot.
How many did you say he hit his senior year in high school?
Uno.
I'd say the strength program's done okay so far here at Clemson. The freshman facing the first rounder for the 3rd time. Hit a missile the first time up, punched out the second time up. This time got a hanging changeup. Deposited it to right center field, and Clemson's first 3 runs are on that swing by the freshman Cam Canarella. It is 3-1 Tigers.
13th home run allowed by Dolander this season, and a first pitch strike into Cooper Ingle. This place is absolutely batty right now. Roller to Moore. Off balance. And that's the first out of the 5th. Will Taylor's turn. Nothing in 1. Is it coincidence that the Clemson offense showed up right about the time our food from the Cajun Cafe walked in?
I think not.
Barbecue smoke and smoke bombs
New
to the
Pope.
backstop. New Pope. My favorite part of this year is sharing college baseball with the masses that don't usually see it. And these atmospheres around the country. The 2-1.
It looked like it missed down the middle. Yeah, you get environments like this and fan bases, and there's so much baseball history here. It goes back to Coach Wilhelm before, and then Coach Leggett. Obviously, Eric Bakich has reinvigorated this place, and it helps when you've been the hottest team in the country for the last month and a half.
That one stroked deep to left field. Off the fence. Taylor with a long single. 105 off the bat. Oh, nearly knocked the wall over.
That's a decent athlete right there. ACC championships in both football and baseball now, and that one just about put a hole in the left field wall. Big old turnaround first base. He stays put. I don't think he's staying put for long. I I'd be surprised if Taylor's not running it, maybe on the first pitch.
Caden Grice at the plate, 1-0. Ground out and a strikeout looking for Grice. Taylor is a perfect 8 for 8 on the base paths. Trying to keep him close. There's action in the Tennessee bullpen. Dolander's thrown 91 pitches to this point. Chase Burns is on the mound right now, and Camden Sewell is also stretching a little bit. And here comes Tony Vitello. It's a 3-1 Clemson lead. And they're going to turn it over to Chase Burns in the 5th. He has occupied a variety of roles for Tennessee this season. And last, and Tony Vitello put his chips in the middle of the table, going to Burns, down a pair here in the 5th. Tell you why that's so unique with Dolander done after 4 1/3 when we return. Chase Dolander, 4 1/3 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned. 3-run home run from Cam Cannarella here in the 5th inning. And after the single by Taylor that was hard hit, Dolander is out. Chase Burns is in. Burns was a starter last year, a starter through 8 games this season, then to the bullpen. This will be the second earliest he's entered the game as a reliever. What does this tell you?
It tells you that Tennessee wants to keep it right here, and it also tells me that I don't think he's coming in just to get a few guys. If you're bringing Burns in right now, you're trying to keep it 3-1 or 3 runs at least on the Clemson side as long as you can. This is some of the best pure stuff in the entire country.
And he's facing Caden Grice. Runner on the move. Grice sends a line drive into the corner. It's down for extra bases. Taylor will be waved home from third. And it's a run-scoring double on the first pitch from Burns. Just your typical hit-and-run double with Taylor on the move.
Yeah. Turn him loose and now just let him run. And Will Taylor puts the brakes on for just a minute. Now it's go time. And he's in top speed. There aren't too many going to throw him out. Scores easily on the Grice double to left field. Taylor's fired up. This crowd's fired up. 1 pitch from Chase Burns, and it's an RBI double for Caden Grice.
Team best 67th ribby of the season for Grice. 3rd most in his conference. Here's Billy Amick. One and 0 to Amick, who singled back in the 2nd, was hit by a pitch in the 4th. Runner on the move, ground ball to short. Ahuna. 2 down. Well, Clemson is really pushing the envelope with its base runners.
They are not taking their foot off the gas right now. Taylor was off and moving. That time Grice was off and moving. Grice just 4 or 5 on the year in stolen bases. You got to remember too, he's also on the mound. I mean, just double to left field. Now you put him in motion right there, and it ends up because the ground ball stays on the infield. But Kind of feels like the boys in the Clemson dugout and Eric Backett smell a little bit of blood right now, and they are going to try to get as many as they can, as quick as they can.
Riley Bertram 0 for 2. Drops this. Ooh, tried to go safety on him, and Grice got back to the bag. 2 down. Bertram will fly and a strikeout. Chase Burns was a first-team All-American last year, 8-2, with a sub-3 ERA as a freshman. One to Bertram. It's been a bit of a change for Chase Burns. Runner at third. He's going from the windup, and he's changed to an overhead windup. It's out of play. Talk with Eric Backich coming up. How odd is it late in the season to change something like that?
Sometimes you're just looking for a little bit more rhythm, and that's what taking your hands over your head will do. It gives you a little bit more. You can time it up on a few different things. You see hands over the head, and then as he comes up to that balance position, as his leg goes up, that's when the hands really start moving. Time everything up, and it just feels like you got a little bit more rhythm going towards home.
To second. Bertram retired. Christian Moore handled it. But the ACC Freshman of the Year only had 1 home run as a senior in high school last year, had 7 this year. None bigger than this. 3-run shot in the 5th, and Clemson's got a 3-run lead. Tom Hart with Kyle Peterson, joined by Clemson head coach Eric Backich.
Let's go back to what just happened, because there's a whole lot that happened right there. You go leadoff single, a freshman turns one around. And we had talked up here, he's got 1 home run his senior year in high school. Now he's got 7 this year. What's been the biggest thing for Canarella this season?
You know, he's got a slow heartbeat, KP. It's the beginning of the fall. You know, we didn't really know him that well yet, and just thought he was quiet, and he is quiet, but he just has this unique ability to be able to stay centered and get back to the middle. And he's just one of those guys that just doesn't really have extremes, highs or lows, and it allows him to be consistent mentally, which allows him to be consistent at the plate.
Eric, what role does the run game play for you guys offensively?
You know, it's one of those things where we'll take it if it's there. We train it every day, do base running every day, and we have some guys with some speed, and those are the kind of lineups we like to construct where there's a balance of speed and power. And you know, we got burned on it early, but we kind of live and die by that sword. And when it's there for us, we're gonna, and it's our MO to be aggressive anyways. So we had a couple outs on the bases early, but they're aggressive plays, and that's how we'll play.
Thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
All right, guys. Thanks.
It's Eric Backich. Great scene pregame. His 10-year-old son Bo was out there taking fly balls with the center fielders and then jumping on guys' backs during warm-ups.
Like wearing the weight vest, except it's a little 10-year-old hanging on his back
right.
running sprints. I like that approach.
2, 3, and 4 due up for Tennessee. This is Hunter Ensley. You said earlier that Caden Grice has his good stuff tonight. How can Tennessee try to impact that?
I tell you what, they got to figure out a way to do some damage against the slider, because the thing with Grice tonight is you can't just stand up there and say we're going to take it, because he's had the ability to land it a lot. So if you stand up there and try to take it, he's going to strike you out looking. They've got to figure a way to center that one up, because I think that's the only way you get him tonight. That pitch has been too good.
Change up for a swing and a miss.
You know, he starts mixing that one in, and he's done it a few times today. I mean, then he's got 3 working. I mean, if you go out there on a given night and you get 2 of your best 3 working, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. You get all 3 working. That's what Grice has going tonight. That's the unicorn night. Those are the ones you don't get very often, and he's got that going so far.
9 strikeouts for Caden Grice. He's walked one. Here's Jared Dickey. Oh, got him on the hand. And he'll take first base. He's talking about it with Jacob Jarrell. That thing already red on the top of the hand. Jeff Wood in his 23rd season as the athletic trainer for this Tennessee program. Watch and listen. Backage is out asking if that hit the bat.
It did not. That one didn't. I mean, he even had a pad on it. It got the top of his wrist and then knocked it. He knocked the pad right off. At least moved it back. That one definitely didn't. We've seen a few get the nod so far this weekend. He's got two batting gloves on. That top one's got more of a padding on it. It still looked like it clipped him just before. So Tennessee's got a base runner on here in the 6th with one out. Middle of their lineup coming up.
And their home run leader, Griffin Merritt. Another first pitch changeup to Merritt. 0-1. Curveball swung on, 0-2.
Merritt's 0 for 2 today, but he's hit 2 balls really hard. Lined out to left field the first time, hit a one-hop screamer to shortstop his second time, but now in an 0-2 hole.
The line out to left was 112 off the bat. Laid off that one, 1-2. Merritt's playing time was sporadic at best early in the season when he fell into a bit of a slump. And Tony Vitello telling us yesterday that Merritt finally got frustrated enough after a midweek lineup that didn't include him and challenged the coach, and the coach challenged him right back. He responded in a big way. To third, chance for 2. Bertram with the turn and a 5-4-3 double play.
He hit it hard again, but now he's hit it right at guys 3 straight times. Blake Wright starts it. Off to Bertram. Off to Amick. 5-4-3 to end it. It's 4-1 Clemson.
Sunday Night Baseball is a series finale between the Yankees and the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. Historical programs have met 11 times in the World Series. The game starts at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN Radio. Our coverage begins at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific with Baseball Tonight Sunday Night Countdown. Mookie Betts with his 41st career leadoff home run, the 9th most in Major League history to start the game last night. Max Muncy homered 3 batters later, and the Dodgers were off and running last night. Swung out of play to the left side.
Mookie Betts leading the league in WAR right now. Josh Donaldson back last night, went deep twice for the Yankees.
Pretty good return for a guy who hadn't played since April 5th. Blake Wright 0 for 2 with a strikeout. That one up in his eyes. And Jared Dickey. Jared Dickey's having a hard time keeping a cap on his head. Maybe it's because of the luxurious locks. Not since Rusty Enzer have we seen a guy with hair like that for Tennessee.
Well played. Florida Texas Tech tied at 3. Reckham's got 2 home runs tonight. Kentucky's taking a 2-1 lead on Indiana. That one getting later.
Benjamin Blackwell. Blackwell just looks like a ball player, doesn't he?
It runs like one, too.
One ball, one strike. He didn't decide until late in the process last summer that he was going to come back for his 5th season. Leads the conference in stolen bases. Solid at shortstop, 1 and 2. His fielding percentage is 4th highest in a season by a Tigers shortstop in Clemson history. Strike 3 on the edge. 99-mile-an-hour fastball from Chase Burns.
Well, the new windup definitely had an effect to the velocity. Chase Burns just rearing back and letting it go. Slider's probably his best pitch as far as outcome. Righties have a swing and miss percentage about 58%, but 99 doesn't hurt either.
Walk me through that as Jacob Jarrell comes up. What impact does an overhand windup have in velocity?
Normally, I don't think it would have any, but what it can do is give you a little bit more confidence, and then let the ball go a little bit freer than maybe you were before. I mean, generally, when you do that, it's because maybe you feel like you're a little bit too regimented doing what you were before, and there's not enough rhythm going to home plate. This gives him a little bit more rhythm in that move home.
Slider for a strike, 1 and 2. So he went, and he did. Back-to-back Ks for Burns, and he breezes through the bottom of the order in the 6th inning, hitting just 11 pitches. We head to the 7th. Volunteers down 3. Clemson and Tennessee right now in the 1-0 game. Charlotte sent Lipscomb packing with a 9-2 win earlier today in the elimination game. Their starting pitcher Wyatt Hudipole through 129 pitches, a tournament high so far. Struck out 11 over 8 innings. And the 49ers await whoever falls tonight in a noon showdown tomorrow. Christian Moore homered his last time up. He's homered in both games so far this weekend for Tennessee. Caden Grice misses with his first. Iowa's taking a 4-2 lead on number 14 national seed Indiana State. That's in the 8th inning.
Had Brody Brecht going in that one. Brecht up to 100. Former college receiver that now said he's just going to focus on baseball moving forward.
That's a fair ball right in front of the bag, and a beautiful play turned by Blake Wright.
Good job of getting around that baseball too by Blake Wright. He's got enough time. It's not hit that hard, slow roller right down that left field line. But instead of running straight through it, try to get around it. Watch the route. Give himself a little bit more of an angle going to first base. And so it's not all your momentum going towards home plate. At least some is going over to first. Enough time to make that throw across in plenty of time.
So 1 out for Blake Burke now. From Blake Wright to Blake Burke. And what do we got here? Umpires want to get together and discuss this. I don't know if this was Grice related. They're going to bring Eric Bakich out. They're going to explain to both head coaches, Bakich on the first base side and Vitello over at third. How are your lip reading skills?
They're just chirping, and they're doing what you're always going to do in a game like this, and they're trying to get out in front of it so it doesn't go any further. But
they're taking notes and everything. It must be serious. Grice running in front of, Moore running in front of Grice. And, that seems very normal to me.
It's 100% normal. Yeah, I mean, again, the focus this year has been on let's just make sure that stuff doesn't escalate. That's all that discussion was about. But yeah, you're not going to hug him the whole game. I mean, that's not really the way this goes. You're trying to win. Sometimes you chirp a little bit.
Burke's got a couple of knocks after an 0 for 4 last night, 1-0.
Tennessee's got 3 hits. Christian Moore's solo home run, and Blake Burke has 2 ground ball singles. That's it for the Vols.
1-1. Tied them up 1-2. Down in Columbia, South Carolina leads NC State 6-1. They're in the 6th inning at Founders Park. Burke to third, right, gobbled it up. 2 down.
It's 2 backside ground balls and a ground ball up the middle tonight for Blake Burke, and it was interesting. Benjamin Blackwell, the shortstop, had shaded him up the middle and then was sprinting back to the shortstop position right before that pitch was made. In the end, it was hit to right at third.
Wright seems like he's playing loose. Here's Zane Denton. Struck out looking last time. And gives this one a ride to center field. Canarella on his horse to the fence, and it's gone. Canarella running up the slope. No warning track here. Lost his footing, and Denton's connected for his 13th. For 35 years, Bill Wilhelm was the head coach here at Clemson. He didn't like the look of a traditional warning track, so he said, let's just have a slope like old Crosley Field. And that slope may have cost Canarella a chance to get this one.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it just got one of his guys. This one off the bat, 101, and with 385 feet, Canarella's there, and I mean, may have had a chance. If he times that right, he's got a chance to potentially bring that back. But chopped his steps right before he got to the wall. 2 solo home runs for Tennessee is the score of the night. They needed something positive offensively right there. Denton gave it to them.
So just their 4th hit of the night. Here's Christian Scott, who grounded out to second base his last time up. It is a very unique look around the outfield. Just green as far as the eye can see, and a couple of tiger paws in right and left. The slope used to be a little bit more pronounced before they moved the fences in, and longer. And you can see it at the bottom of the fence. Nothing 2 to Christian Scott now. Grice had only allowed 5 home runs through his first 72 innings pitched this season. He's allowed 2 now over the last 4 frames. Shift is on for Scott. Pulled that one foul. Right at Bertram. Dropped to a knee to take care of it. But the Zane Denton home run gave Tennessee a little bit of life. Time to stretch. Clemson leads by 2. You look at our Capital One rewarding performance. ACC Freshman of the Year Cam Canarella with a cannon in the 5th.
First runs of the night for Clemson. Before that swing, they trailed it 1-0, and the freshman, his 7th of the year, was on a hanging changeup out into right center field. They would add 1 more in the inning. Solo home run by Tennessee in the top half of the 7th gets us to 4-2.
John Blau from the Charleston Post and Courier wrote a great piece on Canarella and his upbringing down in Hartsville. He sends this one off the bag. That's a fair ball. Canarella hits the corner and heads to second. It's a leadoff double. Cooper Ingle coming up. In that piece, Blau talked with his high school coach, Tony Gainey. He said, I knew he was going to be good as a freshman. Because in 9th grade, he had feet like canoes. He's grown into those canoes.
They can pick up and put down the canoes. They move just fine.
In the dirt. Great crowd in the ballpark tonight, 6,275, just a couple of hundred off from the all-time attendance record here at Doug Kinsmore Stadium. Two 2-1 to Ingle. Chase Dolander started this game with 4 1/3. Burns followed. Sky high. Denton from third. 1 down. So they decide to go to Burns when trailing in the 5th inning. What does that do for Tennessee's pitching the rest of the weekend?
Well, you haven't burned him yet for the rest of the weekend. You probably burned him for tomorrow. But if Tennessee can get to Monday and this pitch count stays, I would say, below 40, then you could probably bring Burns back to get 3 outs. I mean, if there's a team that's built to come through the losers bracket in this regional, it's Tennessee. They're so deep on the mound. But you tell Tony Vitello, Frank Anderson tonight saying we need to keep it right where it is right now, see for our offense to come back and steal this one. They still got 6 outs to play with.
Here's Will Taylor. First football, baseball, 2-sport player at Clemson in 10 years. Runner goes, throw to third is in time.
What a tag by Denton.
That's his second great tag on a stolen base attempt by a Tennessee infielder tonight.
Yeah, Kel Stark, who coming to this one had thrown out 6 of 49 base runners, now thrown out 2 tonight. Look at Denton. Gets there just in time. He's moving. It's not like he can get there and set on the base. He was playing deep over at third base, so he's got a catch tag, do everything on the run. Just got Canarella right on the helmet.
2 tags on the noggin. 98 misses up 1 and 2. Swing and a miss on the slider. Leadoff double does no damage. And how about Chase Burns?
He's got the good stuff too. The slider is one of the best in the entire country. Burns another strikeout. 4-2 Clemson to the 8th.
Grab your phone, hold it up to the TV, open up the camera app and scan the QR code. Unless you have a flip phone, in that case, I don't know what to tell you. ESPN Squeeze Play can be yours on ESPN Plus, and they have a quad box going right now. That includes Kentucky trying to hold on at home against Indiana, bottom of the 7th. The Hoosiers have a pair aboard. Florida has come back to tie Texas Tech, but the Red Raiders in Gainesville have the bases loaded. That's also in the 7th. And here we are in the 8th of our 1-0 game. Burns has kept Tennessee within striking distance, thanks also to a Zane Denton home run in the 7th. Cal Stark leads off and evens the count of 1-1 after fouling one back.
Caden Grice been efficient too. He's punched out 8 guys. With that pitch count, still in a good spot. Hit 1, walked 1. But working into the 8th and still below 100 pitches.
You cheated him 1. I got him at 9.
3, 6, 7. Well, you're right.
How about that?
He struck out 9.
I brought my abacus with me. Help keep track. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Made it. You did it.
And a flamingo. Two and 2 to the Tennessee catcher Cal Stark. Make it strikeout number 10.
He's got one at every inning but the second. Struck out the side to start the game, and Caden Grice hadn't let up since then. This is the changeup down and away. He's mixed it up really well. Second time through, now third time through the order. Now he'll face Maui Ahuna for the 4th time, who he struck out 3 times. Ahuna and Ensley 1-2 in this lineup. 0 for 6 with 6 punchouts.
Won't be a strikeout here, but a first pitch ground out. 2 down in the 8th. Hunter Ensley 0 for 3 with 3 Ks. It's like Ahuna was before him, as you mentioned. Again, swinging at the first, and it's a 1-3-3 frame worked by Grice. 8 pitches for 3 outs. Clemson in control, headed to the home half of the 8th. We've got game 2 of the NBA Finals tomorrow at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN Radio. Jimmy Butler, the Heat, are in the Mile High City squaring off with Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Jokic's triple-double led Denver to the Game 1 win. Coverage tips with NBA Countdown at 7:30. The bottom of the 8th, Caden Grice on the mound and at the plate. Run-scoring double at the plate in the 5th inning, and on the mound, he is 1 off of his season high for strikeouts. He's got 10. One and 1. Grice is a little bit confusing for some MLB scouts. How and where do you take him?
I think maybe you let him do both, honestly.
Brendan McKay of Louisville a few years ago went pro doing just the same thing.
It's not the upper end velocity that you see with most of the guys that go high in the draft right now. I mean, he's sat tonight really 90 to 92. It's enough, and we've seen that it's enough. The slider is the difference maker. That is the equalizer for Grice. That's what's been so good tonight. Against righties, he's hit a really good changeup too.
Full count to Grice. A lot of heat in the building, as you would imagine, for the MLB prospects on both sides. Three-two pitch. Caught just enough to stay alive. Texas Tech couldn't cash in its bases loaded situation. They've gone to the 8th in Gainesville, tied with Florida 3 apiece. Two national seeds, Auburn and Oklahoma State, were both eliminated in just 2 games. Last year, the national seeds cruised through the regionals. Are we seeing more parity in the college game?
It seems like it. I mean, 2 1 seeds went 0-2. And Indiana State with some work to do right now, but
that one to short.
Sycamore's bases loaded, 1 out in the 8th. They trail Iowa by 1. Indiana State the 1 seed there. Virginia 2-1 over East Carolina. That's getting late. We saw so much offense day 1, and at least in these late games today, it's been a lot more of a pitcher's duel.
Here's Billy Amick, All-American season for the Clemson first baseman. 0-1. Bloop single in the second. He's 1 for 2 tonight. This will be the 40th pitch of the night for Burns. Missed wide with 99.
Still feeling okay.
Yeah.
Haven't seen triple digits tonight from Burns, but many times when he's out there, you will.
Denton on the run. Just in time with a nice stretch from Burke. 2 down. Zane Denton had to charge this thing and come through it. Left his feet. And got Amick by a half a step.
Good analysis, Tom.
Thank you.
Jumping right in.
You're going to read the next promo. Bertram 0 for 3. Baseball family. His brother Drew played at Purdue. His other brother Ryan played at Southern Indiana. Grad transfer from Zionsville, Indiana by way of Michigan. And this ball is laced to right field. Bertram, wide turn, headed for second. The throw! He came off the bag. Christian Scott with the assist. And we head to the 9th. Last chance for Tennessee, down 2. Well, Caden Grice is something special for sure. Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. And Grice is out there for the 9th to try to finish this thing off.
Well, season high for strikeouts for Grice is 11. He did that against Louisville earlier this year. 10 right now and a chance to tie it or break it in this inning. The slider's been so important tonight. Grice thrown a ton of strikes. Walked 1, hit 1, punched out 10. And now works into the 9th, still under 100 pitches.
3, 4, and 5 due up for Tennessee. This is Jared Dickey. And he slices one foul. 0-2.
Five-run 8th for Indiana State. They now lead Iowa 7-4 to the 9th. Back-to-back nights, Indiana State has taken a lead in the 8th.
Crooked numbers have been the difference makers. Clemson's got a 4-run 5th to erase what was a 1-0 Tennessee lead. Winner of this 1-0 game is in the catbird seat. Little tapper to the left side. Blackwell on the run. 1 down. Winner goes to the regional final tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. The loser will have to return tomorrow noon to take on Charlotte in an elimination game. Griffin Merritt is the Tennessee home run leader. He's got 18 of them. Slider for a strike. Fastball for a strike. What does he go to here?
He's got 3. It's the way it's been tonight. Probably not going to elevate. Maybe backdoor slider. Try to bounce a changeup. I don't think he's going to see a fastball in.
The 1-2 to short again. Blackwell, 2 down.
Pretty smooth over there. Blackwell with a beauty to start this inning and waits back on that. Knows he's got plenty of arm strength to finish it off. They did go fastball kind of center cutting down. And Caden Grice a pitch away from going CG and putting Clemson in the driver's seat here in their own regional.
6,275 on their feet, and Caden Grice looks like he's just out walking his dog. Christian Moore has one of 2 home runs tonight for Tennessee. His was a solo shot in the 4th. Two and 0. Two and 1. Line drive to right field. Tennessee still has life. Moore will stop at first.
Continues to build on what it's been the last 2 days for Moore. Solo home run back in the 4th inning. This time that single to right keeps it going. Brings up Blake Burke, who has 2 hits already tonight.
Burke was 0 for 4 last night and has been in a bit of a second half slump. But if the first 2 hits are any indication that his confidence could be returning, he's always a danger for the long ball. Single in the 4th came off the bat at 105. Grice 110 pitches into his game. See how long they leave him out. Caden Grice has been hanging out at the ballpark all weekend. He was in the stands last night for the Tennessee game. He was back in the stands earlier today for the Charlotte-Lipscomb game. 0-2, and Tennessee down to its last strike. Grounded to the right side. It gets through. Another 2-out hit. Moore heads to third. The throw there is cut off by Bertram. And Tennessee has the tying run on base. Third hit of the game for Blake Burke. And it sets the stage for Zane Denton, who did this in the 7th.
Tennessee needed something offensively. Zane Denton gave them just enough. Just out of the outstretched glove of Cam Canarella, the freshman center fielder. But now two out singles by Tennessee. It brings Denton to the plate. If he does it again, the Vols would have the lead.
Tennessee will send a pinch runner in for Burke. The pinch runner is Ethan Payne. He represents the tying run. Eric Bakich going to talk to the umpire. He's going to say he's going to leave the game as a pitcher, but we're going to leave him in. This one goes extra so he can get another at bat. Ryan Ammons had been warming in the Clemson pen. What an effort by Caden Grice tonight. He wanted to finish it. But he held this dangerous Tennessee offense to just 2 runs on a couple of solo home runs and 6 hits. Ten strikeouts and 1 walk for Grice. So Grice would trade his pitcher's mitt for a first baseman's glove, and he'll take over at first. Night's not done yet, huh?
You can hardly get to shake hands.
No.
Threw one glove aside, got another thrown at it.
Didn't even get a cup of Gatorade. Here's Ryan Ammons, Jr. from over in Easley, South Carolina, 6 foot, 205 pounds. 2-0, 3.60 ERA. 5 saves. It's been kind of closer by committee for Clemson this year.
He'll face in Denton from the right side. Denton a switch hitter. But for Ammons, pretty fastball heavy to right-handers this year. It's 75% of the time that he throws that pitch.
If Tennessee's able to come back in this game, it'll be based on their 2-out hitting. They're now 6 for 13 with 2 out. Tony Vitello's team making a game of it late. Denton comes into this game .259 against lefties versus .280 against righties. Solo home run came with 2 outs in the 7th. He has come up big in big moments, going all the way back to his Little League days. A grand slam in an elimination game in Williamsport against a team out of Newark, Delaware. And an opportunity here with 2 on and 2 out. First pitch fastball, 0-1.
That's where Ammons will try to live. Gets ahead, he'll go a little bit further up with that fastball. Denton might not see anything else.
And again, 0-2. Tennessee down to its last strike. The 0-2 to Denton. Fastball low. That's off the plate, low and in. First two batters of this ninth inning for Tennessee saw one pitch apiece. Dickey and Merritt both grounded out to short. And then Moore with a single, Burke with a single. The 2-2 to Denton. Well hit, deep left field. It is gone! Tennessee leads by one on a go-ahead bomb from Zane Denton, his second of the night.
Well, that changed pretty quick. 2 outs, nobody on. The Moore single, the Blake Burke single, and then this. Zane Denton's first one snuck out. This one didn't sneak it out anywhere. Got all of that one to left, 104 off the bat, 410 feet. That 3-run shot gives the Vols the lead back.
My, oh my. And now Christian Scott at the plate. Before that pitch, everybody in one shade of orange was losing their mind. After the pitch, the other shade of orange went delirious. 2-0. Did that go over the roof?
I was watching everything else because I knew it was going out.
Now 3-0 to Scott. And Ammons loses Scott on a 4-pitch walk following the Denton home run. Eric Bakich is out. And he's going back to the bullpen. Peeking ahead to the Clemson half of the ninth, it'll be the bottom third of the order due up. Grice left after back-to-back singles. Ammons is done after a home run and a walk. Tennessee's got a 1-run lead thanks to a 2-out rally in the ninth. Rob Hughes is the third pitcher of the ninth inning for Clemson, the guy who started the inning. Caden Grice missed out on a complete game. He's now over at first base. 11th appearance for Hughes. 1.35 ERA. He's got a couple of saves.
For Hughes, primarily fastball changeup. Fastball into the low 90s. Changeup is his best secondary stuff. For Clemson, just trying to get back in the dugout. Be 7-8-9 due up for Clemson in the ninth, and they trail it for the first time since the bottom of the fifth inning.
Zane Denton just went full Joe Milton against Clemson. Here's Cal Stark. Last time these teams met in the postseason, Milton threw for 251 yards, and Tennessee beat Clemson in the Orange Bowl. Hughes just came right out of his cap. 0-1. Florida and Texas Tech tied at 3, top of the ninth inning in Gainesville. Hughes again can't keep the lid on. Gerald tried to bring it back. It didn't work. Correction, Texas Tech leads 5-3, top of the ninth. Florida is the visiting team in that game. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss at one in the dirt. Tennessee with a 2-out rally, a couple of singles and a Zane Denton home run. Second home run of the night for Denton. Deep into the South Carolina night. Over the roof, and it's a 1-run lead in the ninth for UT. Tennessee took advantage of its last chance. Now it's Clemson's turn. And Blake Wright looks at a first pitch strike from Tennessee reliever Chase Burns, who entered in the fifth. And he sends this one to right field. It's a long run for Christian Scott, and he lays out, but it goes against the fence. Wright standing up at second base with a leadoff double.
Blake Wright hunting fastball right here, and he got one. 11th double of the year, and none have been bigger than this. And Christian Scott just about made a top one play on SportsCenter right there. Lays out just off his glove. Ends up on that hill and into the fence, but it's a leadoff double for Blake Wright. Clemson's got something going there tonight.
That is the first hit for Wright this weekend. He was 0 for 7. So much drama college baseball right now. The boys on squeeze play, you can't even take their seats. Schick, Runes, and Burke standing at attention. Here's Benjamin Blackwell, 2 for 3 tonight. Blackwell's bunt is fouled back, 0-1. Reached for it. 0-2. And he went. Strike 3 for Blackwell. Fourth strikeout for Burns. 1 down.
When in doubt, James Burns going to go to the slider. And he got a swing through on a bunt, which you don't see very often. And then a check swing right there. Blackwell went around far enough. Tried to bunt twice, couldn't get it down, then punches out on the slider. Big first out right there for Burns.
First pitch slider for a strike to Jacob Gerald. Back to back, 0-2. Got him swinging. And now it's Clemson down to its last out.
Well, leadoff double, then back-to-back strikeouts, and Burns just leans on the one that he knows best. Got Blackwell swinging on a slider. This time gets Gerald swinging on the exact same thing. Now the freshman, who has provided plenty of drama already in this one, comes up. He's already gone deep. If he does it here, Clemson walks him off.
Tennessee came into this game with only 1 win when trailing after 8 innings. That 1 win may have been the one that keyed their season turnaround. It was a 12th inning comeback against Vanderbilt, game 1 of that series that they would eventually sweep. That came on a Griffin walk-off home run after they homered down to their last strike in the 9th. Another timeout used by Clemson to try to set something up.
I don't know what the message was right there, but the tone from Eric Bakich was perfect. It was just calming. The freshman has stepped up in some big spots today. Had it Blake right on the backside after his leadoff double, but just try to get everybody grounded here at the biggest spot in the game.
A lob to second to keep from being charged for a ball. And they tried the hidden ball trick, at least for a moment. 3-run home run for Cam Canarella in the 5th, a double that smoked off the first base bag in the 7th. He loves that pitch, doesn't he?
Yeah, and you feel like, I don't know if this was said, but if there's any message to Canarella about approach right here, it's you can go up there and lean slider because you're going to see a few.
Fastball gets to the backstop, headed to third is right. And the tying run now 90 feet away with 2 out. Nick Schnabel with some instruction for his base runner.
98, when you miss your spot, that's not an easy one to get to. And Cal Stark, even though he was sitting out there, can't square that one up. Now the tying run just 90 feet away.
1-1. Swing and a miss on the slider. It's 1-2 to Canarella. Burns working with a lead for the first time tonight. The 1-2 pitch. Well hit into center field, and Clemson has tied it on a Canarella single. Now he's headed to second, and he will limp into the bag. Third extra base hit of the game for Canarella. We are tied at 5.
Freshman having some kind of coming out party tonight. ACC Freshman of the Year, but he is doing it in the biggest spot. He got another slider down to the zone, hammered it out to right center field. He had just swung through the exact same pitch, and this one was melted out to right center.
Then he got a hitch in his giddy up.
Yeah. Looked like he just turned his ankle. You're most worried about a hamstring right there, but I think he may have hit first base a little weird.
Kimberly Hill is the athletic trainer in her first season for Clemson. Out with Eric Bakich, and that calming voice again from Bakich.
I think it's when he hit the bag, because it looks like he's moving different on the ankle, or maybe the first step after. What a night for this kid. Yeah, it was his second step after that. Right ankle kind of turned right after he went around first base, but he is staying in. Now they will intentionally walk Cooper Ingle right there. Set up the force at second. The run on first means nothing right now.
This place was bonkers the second the gates opened. Will Taylor documented his ACC championships in both football and baseball. Also a 3-time state champion in wrestling. And a first pitch slider catches the edge, 0-1. Taylor told us that during the Florida State series, in which they solved everything, that every game was like a tournament game. And they played with a high level of intensity. Trying to match it here. 1-2. Swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Burns, but Blake Wright with a double, Cam Canarella with another extra base hit, and we got free baseball amidst all the orange at Clemson. This was a 4-2 game in the 9th inning. Tennessee with a 3-run home run to take the lead, and then Clemson with a pair of doubles to tie it up again. Kyle Peterson, Tom Hart, our fantastic crew here in Clemson. And we go to the 10th of this 1-0 game with the winner heading to the regional final. The loser has to turn around and play again tomorrow at noon. Top of the order due up for Tennessee. It starts with Maui Ahuna, who is 0 for 4. Rob Hughes' fastball is fouled off, 0-1.
A rough night at the plate for Ahuna. Struck out the first 3 times and a weak ground ball over to first base, but all will be forgotten if he can figure out a way to get on right now.
And he does just that. Snuck it under the glove of Caden Grice over at first. And that'll bring Hunter Ensley up. Ensley is 0 for 4.
Tennessee not a team that bunts a lot, just 12 sack bunts on the year. Ensley has 1. And a slash right there. See what the defense gives him. Pulls it back. Got a strike. I don't think he was taking one right there. If he got a strike, he was free to swing.
One and one. Ensley ended the regular season 0 for his last 9. That was following a 4 for 5 game 1 against South Carolina. And he's now just 1 for his last 17. 2-2. These two teams first met in 1925. I can't imagine they played one with more interest than this one. That was close. $6,275 in the building for this one. Nobody has left. Fouled right back. You're going to catch that one?
I was ready, yeah. I mean, you got a really good chance if there's a net in front of you and the window's closed. That's when it's fun to act really tough. That's when you're going to act like you're going to make a play.
Just put your nose into it. Yeah. Climb the ladder on him, and Ensley goes down swinging.
Good spot right there by Hughes. Where he wants to live. Fastball's at the upper part of the zone. This one was beyond the upper part of the zone. That's a good 6-8 inches high. But Ensley in protect mode. Went after one he thought he could get a piece of. He couldn't. Big first out as a strikeout here in the 10th for Rob Hughes.
So here's Jared Dickey. Oh, that was tough. Inside for a strike with a changeup. Dickey was hit by a pitch in the 6th. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Back-to-back changeups, 0-2.
I think I'd try to speed his eyes up a little bit. That's back-to-back changeups. You're going to throw 3 in a row. I want to bounce this and see if you can get him to chase.
Fastball up, and it's popped up shallow left. Taylor coming on. 2 down.
Good sequence right there. Change up, get to 0-2. Elevate the fastball in on Dickey's hands, and not enough time to get the barrel to it.
Interesting side note for Clemson's half of the 10th inning. When Caden Grice left the mound and went over to first base, they took out Billy Amick. They lost their DH. So they'll have a open spot with a pitcher due up second in the 10th. Here's Griffin Merritt. 18 home runs in the year, including 1 last night. And he takes a fastball for strike 1. Nothing in 2. 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Hughes. We've seen more velocity. What makes it so tough?
Top of the zone. It's got a ton of carry. It's that fastball that just stays right where he lets it go, and that's why he just keeps trying to go up in the zone with it.
Runner on and 2 down in the 10th. Got him again. 2 strikeouts in the 10th for Hughes. Tennessee wastes the leadoff single.
Fastball up, and for Hughes, that's where he wants to live. Leadoff single, stranded at first. Chance for Clemson to win it in the 10th.
Had a hard stopping affair tonight in the 9th inning. Tennessee down to its last out, couple of singles, and then Zane Denton left the entire building over the grandstand roof. Tennessee took a 1-run lead. Comfortable, right? Not so much. Blake Wright with a leadoff double in the 9th inning. With 2 outs, Cam Canarella drove him home. And so we play on. Bottom half of the 10th. This is Caden Grice. 2-way standout start of the game on the mound. He was an out away from a 10 strikeout complete game win. He's 1 for 4 at the plate.
Watch that fastball velo for Burns. He was living 96 to 99. First fastball this inning in 94. That's the lowest we've seen. Pitch count getting up there for a guy that started the year in the starting rotation, but the back half of the year has worked out of the bullpen.
Only threw 26 last time out, May 20th in South Carolina. Upstairs with the changeup. And behind in the count to one of the most dangerous hitters in the country. Grice, 3rd in the ACC in RBI. And a home run leader on this team with 17. 2-1. Now 2-2. Chase Burns left the rotation during the Arkansas series mid-April. That first time out of the pen, he threw 79 pitches. Since then, he hadn't thrown more than 50 in any relief outing. 2-2 to Grice. Little roller to the right side against the shift, and Grice is going to reach. Leadoff man on for Clemson.
Now you talk shift on this, and that means Maui Ahuna's on the second base side of second base. Listen, he's super talented out at shortstop, but this specific play, I don't know the last time he had to try to make this. It's charging in from second. 1, you got a bare-handed. 2, you almost can't throw it. I got to flip it because you're so close. But when he doesn't field it cleanly, no chance, and Clemson has a leadoff man on here in the 10th inning. Watch Ahuna's route. it is very direct over towards first base. The minute that gets away, Grice is on first, and he wasn't moving great after he hit first base.
That's not a good sign, and so we'll have a couple of pinch appearances here. They'll use a timeout here. Mac Starbuck will be the pinch hitter. And Grice back into the meeting with the third base coach Schnabel and Bakich with Mac Starbuck duo. Remember, Starbuck hitting here because Grice started the game as the pitcher, and when he came off the mound, instead of having a DH in the batting order, he went to first base. They haven't had a DH all night.
A similar role for Starbuck. Clemson's first game against Lipscomb, he pinch hit in the 8th inning. Came in and bunted there. I would assume if you're pinch hitting him here, that's exactly what you're intended to do.
You mentioned Grice looked a little bit wobbly going into first, but he's staying in the game. And a chat with the first base coach Griffin Mazur, they're going to need him to be able to stretch those long legs at 6'6". Starbuck, a junior from over in Easley, South Carolina. And not only do they have the pitcher's spot due up because of the switch, but they also lost their All-American Billy Amick, who was hitting here in the 5-hole. Burns' pitch. Fastball up. On the schedule, this looked like the game of the night in college baseball. It has lived up to all expectations. Two and 0.
Now you may be taking one. Show bunt and pull it back.
You saw Stark look down to first. He's got 4 pickoffs on the year from behind the plate. Starbuck takes it for a strike. 2-1. Looked like a good one to bunt, huh?
Yeah, pretty good pitch too, though. I mean, outside black down at the knees. I think Starbuck let it go. I don't think he was taken. I think he let it go because he thought there was a chance it was off the plate.
3-1. "70 pitches into the night for Burns, who entered this game in the 5th. Starbuck takes ball 4. And there's 2 on with nobody out. And the veteran Riley Bertram calmly strides to the plate. Bertram rejoined Eric Bakich here at Clemson after playing for him for 4 years in Michigan. It was a key piece of the 2019 College World Series team. He's got 1 hit tonight. Bertram shows bunt. Thought that it clipped him. He was trying to make his case to Dave Condon, the home plate umpire.
You don't know if you don't ask. Might as well in that spot. Squares all the way up, keeps his feet in a good spot, thankfully, but just about clipped his bat, trying to get it out of the way, but now 1-0 count.
And that one got him Not happy. Got him right in the calf.
You got to go get Burns. He's out of gas. He's giving you everything you want, man. I mean, he came in, kept it, gave up a leadoff double, but after that was outstanding the rest of the way. But it is bases loaded, nobody outs, and it just seems like Burns is out of stuff.
It's Seth Halverson.
Sometimes the best indicator is how big is the miss, and the miss is getting bigger for Chase Burns.
Grice, the runner at third, led off with a single. Starbuck wanted to bunt but got walked. He was trying to give himself up. He's now at second, and Bertram was plunked in the calf. He's at first. Blake Wright a chance to be the hero. Infield in for Tennessee. And a first pitch slider for a strike. Wright scored the tying run in the ninth.
Yeah, if you're Blake Wright, you can now expect to see that slider a few more times now that he's ahead.
0-2.
That's his comfort zone. That's the one that he trusts the most, and it's the best one that he's got.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Tie game in the 10th. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Slider, did he go? Say no. And as odd as it sounds, now with the bases loaded, it's allowed Burns to go back to that full windup and over the head.
Yeah, where he's looked more comfortable today.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the bases loaded. And now the infield can go back to double play depth.
That fastball control may have left him for a little bit, but the control of this one didn't. That was his best slider of the day. That was 90. And that was a slider. Chase Burns digging deep right now and finding something else. He's going to lean on that one the rest of the way. If you're Clemson hitters, I would eliminate the fastball until he shows you can throw it for a strike, because that is the one that Chase Burns trusts right now.
Tennessee's only turned 25 double plays on the season. Bottom third in the SEC. Slider fouled off, 0-1.
Outfielders in playing at a point that you know you got a chance to throw the runner out. If it's over your head, it makes no difference. They're going to score from third base. You got to make sure you're in a spot that you know you have a legitimate chance to throw that guy out at home.
0-1. 0-2. King Grice started this game on the mound. Chance to win it for Clemson. Chopper to the right side. Tennessee needs two. Ohuna fires. Got save. Clemson will win it based on the replay. Tony Vitello knows that they're going to go take another look at this one. What'd you think to the naked eye?
I thought he was out. And it's bang bang, and a great decision right there by Moore, because the game can speed up and you can try to go home, and I'm not sure if they're going to get it out, but he's out. And he's out by about a spike, but he was out. The only question is, did that right foot of Ethan Payne stay on the bag? It was lifting up. I don't know if we've got that shot. The ball beat him. I think if you go slow it down, the ball beat him.
Yeah.
It didn't beat him by much, but the ball beat him. The decision by Moore. So you got middle back right there, and there's a part of you, I think, in this ball where you're thinking, I got to go home, but immediately turns, flips, and then Ahuna, he's got a big-time arm, and he needed all of it right there. I understand the call on the field was safe, but I think this one gets overturned and we play on.
Replay review being conducted in Pittsburgh. Ruiz is the crew chief. We've had drama at every step. Why not more? Double play. Tennessee stays alive. Tony Vitello is fired up. And the Volunteers get a new lease on this game. We head to the 11th. Tennessee 5. Clemson 5. Here's Jackson Lindley, senior from just down the road in Anderson, taking over on the mound for Clemson. 11th inning, tied at 5.
Almost exclusively fastball slider. Fastball into the low 90s. Slider's his best swing and miss pitch, especially against righties.
In the 10th inning, Clemson had the bases loaded with nobody out. The slider strikeouts to right got things started, and then a 4-6-3 double play.
Chase Burns found a slider. I think that last double play was maybe on a fastball that was down, but besides that, man, he leaned on that slider. And I give that kid a ton of credit because he is going on fumes, and when they needed him the most, he came and made the 2 straight batters some of the biggest pitches of the game.
Tennessee has 1 extra inning win this season. That was game 1 against Vandy that we documented before. That remains the only game where they've come back after trailing in the 8th inning. And that was the one that turned their season around after being swept at Arkansas the week prior and losing a midweek at home to Tennessee Tech. Christian Moore's had a big night at the plate. Homered in the 4th. Singled and scored in the 9th. Clemson is 0 for 1 in extras this year. One and 2. We might have to get the Cajun Cafe to reheat the food they sent up. Maybe put the wings back on the grill for a half second.
They're still going strong out there. I still see smoke coming up. They're not done yet.
Nope. One, 2 to Moore.
Fastball from Lindley right there. Arm side run, just boring in on the hands. Christian Moore right there.
That is a fair ball into right field. Moore on his way to second. Ball coming off the hill for Engel. And a leadoff double for Christian Moore's 3rd hit of the night.
Go ahead and have yourself an evening, young man. It was all your interview last night. That's what did it. Just kind of kept everything going for Christian Moore. The solo home run that got Tennessee on the board back in the 4th. Singled and scored in the 9th, and now this. Took that same fastball that he had fouled off just a minute ago, got the barrel to it this time, shoots it down the right field line, and Tennessee has their leadoff man on here in the 11th.
Had the leadoff man on in the 10th on an Ahuda single, but Hensley, Dickey, and Merritt went down in order following. And now Ethan Payne will make his first plate appearance. He'll get a visit from Josh Elander. Payne came on as a pinch runner for Blake Burke.
Ethan Payne has 11 at bats the whole year.
Junior from Memphis will never forget his 12th. So bunt, breaking ball, throw back to second. Oh man, Blackwell beat him to the bag, just couldn't get the tag on him, I don't think.
It's a really good idea by the freshman catcher. Jacob Jarrell came up looking, and that base runner, you got to make sure you read that baseball down, not too far off. Reaches that right hand and goes all the way to the outside part of the bag to make sure he can get past the tag.
There's the bunt to the left side of the mound, a slip, And the throw was good. That was the first at bat against a Power 5 team since May of last year for Ethan Payne. Sacrifice puts the go-ahead run at third.
This is about as good as you can do it. You force the third baseman to come in, and even though he doesn't field it, then there's no chance you can get the out over at third. For Ethan Payne, in just his 12th at bat of the year, did not have a sacrifice bunt until right there, and he laid down a beauty.
And now Jackson Lindley won't have to deal with Zane Denton. They're going to put tonight's Tennessee hero on base with an automatic walk after he homered in his previous 2 ABs. What is Tony Vitello wondering about? Talking with Dave Condon. Christian Scott coming up. Clemson's in the bottom. Pardon me. Clemson is second in the ACC in double plays turned. They've turned 45 of them, including one in the 6th tonight. Strike one. And remember, whoever loses this game is going to have the quick turnaround and an elimination game tomorrow at noon. And what has been a high intensity, emotionally and physically draining night at the ballpark tonight. Go to Scott.
Good take there, recognized spin. Yeah, if you're Charlotte, you're sitting in a hotel right now. Say, boys, just you play as late into the night as you want to right now.
Good block by Gerald with the runner at third. Finley gets the pitch selection on his watch. Buries another one in the dirt. 2-2. Eric Bakich out. Count 2-2. They've had Tristan Smith getting loose for a moment, it seems.
He is going to Penn. Going to Penn with a 2-2 count.
This is Reed Garris, right-hander, who was already waiting at the fence to come into the game. Second appearance in as many days for Garris. Tennessee with 2 on and 1 out in the 11th. Tigers back to the bullpen. Reed Garris came into the game yesterday afternoon against Charlotte. Pardon me, against Lipscomb, and threw for an inning. And a sophomore from down in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, will enter here with runners at the corners and 1 down, and he inherits a 2-2 count. 4-0 with a 2-1-7.
I think you go to the bullpen right now because it is a totally different look. Jackson Lindley threw 4 straight breaking balls to Christian Stott in this count. Got ahead 0-2. Then he took 2 in a row. He's not going to see one here. For Garris, this is the elevated fastball. He's going to try to live at the upper part of the zone, and I would suspect that's where he tries to go with Scott right here.
Here's the 2-2 to Christian Scott. Wow. Strike 3 froze him a 92.
It wasn't elevated, but it was the fastball. It's such a tough at bat right there for Scott, because you're facing somebody that has a totally different skill set and set of stuff, and Garris comes in, doesn't waste any time, just pumps 92 right down the middle. It's like Dylan Dreiling has grabbed a bat for Tennessee.
Catcher Cal Stark due up in this situation. Stark is 0 for 3. Dreiling, the Kansas native, has 7 pinch hits. His last was a game-tying solo home run in the 9th inning against Vanderbilt in a come-from-behind game on April 21st. Probably he's got 8. He's 8 for 15 now as a pinch hitter after one last night. And they'll switch up and go back to the bullpen before Dreiling sees a pitch. Bakich is all smile. He says, hey, listen, threw one pitch. You did your job.
A 1-pitch strikeout. You don't get that very often. That tied a record or something.
So they'll go to Tristan Smith, the lefty, to face Tennessee's best pinch hitter.
Tell you what, the chess game between these two guys, between Eric Bakich, Tony Vitello, started a long time ago. Fake bunt steal. Clemson starts getting really active on the base pass. Now you bring the right-hander in to give him a different look. The minute Dreiling's announced from the left side, let's go back to the bullpen and we'll show you a lefty. This one's been fun.
You just never know what's going to happen at the ballpark, including the nice fan who just came to me and handed me a pair of sunglasses to ask if I could announce that they were lost. I sent him over to the booth next door. Sir, we're working here.
I don't know if we're going to help with that much. But we do appreciate the kindness.
I mean, we have had everything in this game. Go ahead home run in the 9th inning. Game tying doubles in the bottom of the 9th. Clemson seemingly won this thing in the 10th. The call at first was overturned. It was a double play. Smith's 24th appearance of the year. He has 43 strikeouts in 30 1/3. And we have a nice pair of tortoiseshell sunglasses up here. Come to the side door to claim them, please.
For whatever reason, you left in the 7th and left him here. Come on back. We've got him.
Sun was out when this thing started. Might be up by the time it finishes. Eric Bakich made some changes when he got this job, taking over in his first year. One of the first changes he made, or if not the first most dramatic, was a physical change to the team building down the first base line. Instead of a player's lounge and some empty space that they had set up, he essentially put in a classroom. And a longtime assistant under Tim Corbin at Vandy. Before that was an assistant with Corbs here under Jack Leggett. And in that second floor, what was some empty space is now theater-style seating, just like you would find in a lecture hall. And it's film work every day, and it's pointing out the good things and the bad, and it's teaching points to take a more methodical approach to the game.
And it's before the game. We saw Clemson's players heading up that way today before this one.
Clemson with a freshman on the mound. This is Tristan Smith out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina, facing Dylan Dreiling. He is 8 for 15 as a pinch hitter this year. And he's swinging and sends a little roller up the first base line. Dreiling trying to beat Grice. He's out as Grice dove for the bag. What a play by tonight's starting pitcher, now at first base, and he used every bit of his 6'6" frame He said, don't worry about it. Don't even look at replay. I got him.
Well, that's why you keep him in the game. Caden Grice started his game on the mound, came out, went directly to first, went and flipped his glove in the dugout. They threw him another one. This is a game saver on a swing and bunt, too. And if he's 6'4", I don't think he makes this play, but you know what? He's 6'6", and he just did. Knows he's the only guy that has a chance, gloves it, dives, reaches out. This is a quick review.
The only thing Caden Grice hasn't done tonight is return those lost sunglasses. And there's still time. Clemson had the bases loaded, nobody out in the 10th, failed to score. Tennessee had a runner at third, one out in the 11th. Failed to score.
Listen to this place in a minute.
Angel Campos is the crew chief. Clemson fans absolutely despise instant replay in the 10th. They love it in the 11th. Chance to win it for the Tigers. Welcome back to the NCAA Regionals presented by Capital One. 1-0 game now, and it's been going on for a while now. 3 hours and 40 minutes into it. Loser draws Charlotte tomorrow with their season on the line. The winner gets to relax. Tennessee's got a new catcher. Charlie Taylor takes over behind the plate. Chase Burns still out there on the mound. Jacob Jarrell at the plate for Clemson. How much longer can Burns go?
Well, this is already the longest outing he's had of the bullpen this year. In 79 against Arkansas in his first relief appearance.
And I feel like that was almost a start.
Essentially.
He was built up
off being a starter. He was built up for it. I thought he was done last inning, then he came back and made a bunch of huge pitches. Now he's clearly still has that one. That slider just missed.
Here's the 2-2 to Jarrell. Swing and a miss on the slider. 8 strikeouts out of the bullpen for Chase Burns. And back to the top of the lineup. The ACC Freshman of the Year, Cam Canarella.
You got the freshman Jarrell with another slider right here, but now this lineup turns over, and Canarella taking some pretty good swings against Burns tonight. He's doubled each of the 2 times he's seen him.
And he helped Chase Dolander with a 3-run home run. 96. The juice is back.
Canarella was sitting on slider last time. Swung over the top of one. The next one he got is the ball he shot to right center for the double. See if the approach is the same this time.
The 1-0.
Still got 98 in the bag.
I'd love to be tired like Chase Burns is tired.
This is to find it after it looked like it was gone and it looked like he was out of stuff. This shows you a ton about this kid.
Overcooked that one, 2-1. Did he go? Did not, according to Alberto Ruiz. 3 balls and 1 strike to Cam Canarella. Swing and a miss, got a sword, full count.
So last at bat he was sitting slider 3-1, he was sitting fastball. That time he was going to sell out for a fastball, didn't get it, now finds himself in a 3-2 count.
So what does he get here?
I think he gets a slider.
He does, and he sends that one back to the screen. Chase Burns last year was part of a star-studded rotation for Tennessee that had Volunteers the #1 team in the country just about all season long. In the bullpen now. And that's a walk and a bat spike for Canarella. And a winning run is on board. We got 1 rally cap, but not 2. 1 down. Tony Vitello says, let's calm it. This is Cooper Ingle. Ingle is 1 for 4 tonight. His single came way back in the first inning when the sun was still shining.
Canarella does not have a big lead. We've talked about his speed, and we've already seen it on display tonight. 24 of 28 on the year in stolen bases. Charlie Taylor, the new catcher, has thrown out 4 of 28.
Tennessee has had action in the bullpen now recently, and there's no doubt that Seth Halverson is ready to go. He's in watch mode now. Roller to the right side. Moores only plays at first. 2 down. Canarella in scoring position. I haven't heard the Venga bus this often since my senior year float trip.
Float trip? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Never had one of those.
What are you doing in July?
I know what they are. I've just done it. A little bit jealous.
Here's Will Taylor, who's 1 for 4. Taylor struck out to end the 9th inning with 2 on. Burns also struck him out in the 7th. 2-0. Missouri transfer Seth Halverson. Burns 95 pitches in. Taking all the way, Taylor looks at a strike. Will Taylor knows how to get on base. 4th in the ACC in on-base percentage. He's drawn 46 walks this year. Canarella, the winning run at second. And there's ball 4 to Taylor. And guess who's coming up? Caden Grice. Started the game on the mound. Made a game-saving play to end the 11th. And he's got 2 hits to his name at the plate. Season high 99 pitches for Burns. 7 off of his career. And Tony Vitello is going to turn it over to the bullpen. Again.
That kid pitched his guts out tonight. When it looked like he was done, he stayed around, kept this one tight the entire time he was in there. And Tennessee goes back to the bullpen, and the velocity just stays. Halverson, a guy that can show you 98, 99.
Burns puts together an incredible outing. 8 strikeouts. But now turns it over to Halverson. Seth Halverson was a starter at the University of Missouri, transferred in conference to Tennessee. Hard-throwing right-hander, 6'2", 225.
22nd appearance, 21 of those have come out of the bullpen this year for Halverson. 44 strikeouts and 42 2/3. Fastball that averages about 96 miles an hour over the course of the year. He'll face the left-handed Caden Grice here to start. Primarily fastball changeup this year to lefties.
.44 strikeouts against 13 walks. Grice has 2 hits tonight. Drove in a run with a double in the 5th. He leads Clemson in 2-out RBI. This game has had its share of heroes or near heroes. Cantarella's game-tying double in the 9th. Tony Vitello watched Zane Denton hit a go-ahead home run in the Tennessee half of the 9th. Maui Ahuna with a double play turn. Eric Bakich saw his team fail to score with the bases loaded and nobody out in the 10th. Halverson threw in the SEC tournament against Texas A&M. Got the start in that one. The Tuesday game after they finished the regular season on a Saturday. He struck out 6 over 4 innings. Two on, 2 out. Here's Caden Grice. 0-1. The 0-1. Oof. The entire crowd gasped. Well, with a change up there, 0-2. Will Grice see a fastball in the zone?
Not intentionally right now. No, if so, it's a mistake.
And now the 0-2. Taylor set up off the plate. That was a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Never wanted to catch the plate. Cantarella drew a 1-out walk. He's at second.
Ty Olenchek waits on deck, and that is important for a variety of reasons. The first is he does not have a collegiate at bat. He's been a pitcher the last 3 years. Just started taking BP 2 months ago. 0 collegiate at bats.
1-2 to Grice. If you're Tennessee, why don't you just put Grice on?
There's a lot going on right now. I don't know if anybody saw it. I don't know ultimately if you put the winning run on third base, ball gets the backstop, you get beat. But that's one that you probably didn't have written into the scouting report tonight.
Remember, that's a pitcher spot that's due up after Grice stayed in the game. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Halverson got the best player to strike out with 2 aboard. Never saw a fastball for a strike. Couldn't find a breaking ball. Still tied through 11. Well, let's take you back to the 9th inning with 2 outs. Christian Moore and Blake Burke singled, and then Zane Denton did this over the grandstand. Clemson answered a couple of doubles in the 9th inning. First Blake Wright, and then the freshman Cam Cantarella. And that tied it up, and since then missed opportunities for both sides. And a first pitch strike to start the 12th to Maui Ahuna. Ohuna helped turn a 4-6-3 double play in the 10th inning that kept Clemson's winning run from scoring. The flare handled by Blackwell to retire his counterpart, 1 down. Here's Hunter Ensley. Has 1 for his last 18. Hitless tonight. One and 0. And fouled off. Fifth inning in Coral Gables. Texas leads Miami 4-1. Into right field. Cooper Ingle. 2 down. And Troy trying to take control in Tuscaloosa. The Trojans lead Alabama 2-0 in the 3rd inning. All of those games available on ESPN Plus and the app. You can follow along on Squeeze Play. Here's Jared Dickey. Hard hit off the buckle of right. Recovers the throw, a strike. A 1-2-3 frame. Worked by Tristan Smith. Another chance for Clemson to win it as we go to the bottom of the 12th. Well, the good news is there's a short line at the Esso Club right now. Use that QR code. Take your way to Squeeze Play right now. 2-box. Stanford leading Texas A&M 3-1 in the 2nd, but Cardinal getting ready to blow that thing open. And this game right here. It's around the clock coverage, and on ESPN Plus you can watch every game. Ty Olenchuk will get a chance to hit. This is uncharted territory.
This is momentous. I don't remember ever seeing this. Ty Olenchuk's been on campus 3 years. He was part of the starting rotation a few years ago. He does not have a collegiate at bat. He'll now lead it off for Clemson here in the 12th.
Well, he took a swing like
Ty Olenchuk's going to go up, choke up, and try to just punch it the other way for his first collegiate at bat. It's a pretty good take on a breaking ball, too.
Dude's been around.
Night's getting better.
1-1 from Seth Halverson. And he launches it into right center field. Ensley catches up to it. I mean, it's just been that kind of night, right? Why not?
He didn't want to stop running.
Well, he's not sure how batting works, so you don't get to stay on base.
That is beautiful. I haven't been out here in a while. I just kind of want to keep going.
This entire day, not just game, this entire day has been bananas. Texas Tech, the 3 seed in Gainesville, upset Florida tonight. Red Raiders won that one 5-4. Penn is leading Samford 3-0 in the 5th. Riley Bertram looks at a strike. Pulls a foul, 0-2.
I got a feeling they're going to get a little bit loose on the Squeeze Play set tonight. Back-to-back 12-hour days, and Berkey promised he'd wear a bucket hat. You know stuff's going sideways when that happens.
If they need any more accessories, we got an extra pair of sunglasses. 1-2 to Bertram. Washington is looking to take control in Stillwater. The Huskies lead Oral Roberts 8-1 in the third. 2-2. Bertram pops it up. Collective groan from the home crowd. Ahuna. 2 down. Here's Blake Wright, doubled and scored in the ninth to tie the game. Swing and a miss on the slider. A 1 into center field. Ensley. Both offenses go quietly in the 12th. Quick work for Smith on one side and Halverson to the other, to the lucky 13th. Here's Willie Weiss, senior out of Portland, Oregon. He'll handle the 13th for Clemson. He's 2-0 with an ERA of 7, or at least he'll start it because there's more action in the Clemson pen behind him.
For Weiss, and been out there a lot this year, just 9 innings, but he's been really slider heavy. This is when advantage shifts to Tennessee because of the depth of that pitching staff. Halverson out there, he can go deep. He's 98 with a wipeout slider, and they'll just roll arm after arm after arm at you.
Griffin Merritt leads off. He tips the first one into the catcher's mitt. 0 for 5 night from Merritt.
The state of college baseball, you bring a guy in the postseason that's thrown 9 innings the whole year. The first pitch is 94 with that slider. Arms are pretty good these days.
Yeah. To short, diving stop. Blackwell couldn't find it and then delivered a strike. Merritt asked for another look.
Does Tennessee have any left? I don't know if they do. This one may need to be initiated by the umpires, which it can be. And I think it should be.
No doubt.
I thought that Merritt's right foot hit the bag just before, and they will look at it again. Blackwell got there in plenty of time. You could see he just didn't quite get a handle on it. Came right out of the end of his glove. He's safe. It was bang bang, but he is safe. This is why we have it. I know sometimes people don't like the wait, and the wait's gotten quicker. It's not as bad as it was, but we have it to make sure we get it right. This time getting it right is going to mean that's Griffin Merritt standing on first base.
So Vitello having to rely on the crew to take another look at this, and that's the one loophole in the game. You can just say, hey, I don't have any challenges left, but You guys want to take a look? That was really close. It's a tie game in extras.
And you would think they would do it anyway. I mean, you would hope that come together, especially one that close. Michael Banks, the first base umpire. I would think that Griffin Merritt's going to be standing on first base with nobody out. Now you got the middle of this Tennessee order coming right behind him. We've had a little bit of everything in this thing.
Had a lot of everything. Weiss faces one batter. Probably still have this game on in the hoof and barrel right now. And have a pinch run over at first for Tennessee. Austin Jaslov. Jaslov breaks for second on the pass ball. It hit Gerald right in the leather.
That is well done right there. Jaslov just in the game. And he's in there for one reason. He's in there for his feet. Ultimately, it's a backup slider that the freshman Gerald can't really get the meat of the glove on. Spits away. Good read by Jaslov to end up on second base.
1-0 to Christian Moore. You know, as cleanly as this game has been played, no errors for either side. The later it gets, the more you feel like a mistake is going to decide this thing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Everybody's been out there for a long time, and that pass ball could be something that looms large.
3-0.
And for Moore, I think you're probably taking one here. If anything, you've got to see it up. Clayton is trying to work the bottom part of the zone, and when he gets ahead below the bottom part of the zone, that's where he's missed with all three so far.
Takes a strike, 3-1. Did he go? He did, and the count goes full.
That's what Clayton wants. He wants it to look like a strike, and then by the time it gets home, it is not. I don't know about that one.
Here's the payoff. There's ball 4. Tennessee with 2 on. Nobody out in the 13th inning. Ratings high not only throughout the Volunteer State tonight, but in Oklahoma City. The Lady Vols are competing in the Women's College World Series. They got Oklahoma State tomorrow night at 7 Eastern. They're watching on their phones or back in the hotel right after dinner tonight. Lady Vols lost to Oklahoma earlier today. Ethan Payne came on to lay down a sacrifice bunt in the 11th. He squares early, corners crashing in, and he takes ball 1. Yeah, Blackwell filling in behind right to cover third. Gerald through the signs. Bunt up the third base line. Only plays at first. And Payne advances Jaslove to third, and right behind him Moore to second.
That is 2 perfect sack bunts from Ethan Payne tonight. Came in for Blake Burke to run at one point, then stay in the game at first base. He did not have a sack bunt the entire season coming into this game. Now the last 2 times he's been on, he's been asked to do just that. Laid it down in the perfect spot. No chance to get the lead runners. Now Zane Denton, who's already gone deep twice tonight, will be automatically put on first.
If you joined us late, Denton gave Tennessee some life with a 7th inning home run to make it a 2-run game in the go-ahead shot in the 9th. So Jaslove the runner at third, Moore at second, and Denton at first. This is Christian Scott at the plate. Almost got him in the knee. To the right side, chance for 2. Blackwell, 4-6-3 double play. Every time an offense has threatened the other side, has closed the deal.
What else did you think would happen? Clemson with a chance to now win it in the 13th after the 4-6-3 double play.
Well, if there wasn't enough drama between the teams, now the men in blue have gotten involved, and Eric Bakich is furious about it. Here's what happened. Keep an eye after the double play. Pitching coach Jimmy Bellinger comes out of the Clemson dugout. And we haven't received official word, but watch the right side of your screen. There's Bellinger. Comes out to celebrate with his pitcher. And tell me what the problem is.
They throw him out?
We have not received official word, but they had a long talk with Eric Bakich between innings.
He didn't go across the line. He came out. He was fired up for his own guy. He didn't say anything to anybody else on the other side. This is going too far. It is going way too far. If we got emotion going the other way and there's taunting and stuff like that, okay, I get it. That's a time to jump in, but not there. Nobody else is going to say a word about that, and they shouldn't.
Okay, now we're told that we're not sure it was Bellinger that came out. And there's no official word that anybody had been ejected. But Bakich was not pleased with it. Bottom of the 13th. And Benjamin Blackwell at the plate. Blackwell pops it up. Payne to the dugout. And it's out of the roof. Free baseball and a free baseball. Two 1 to Blackwell. Christian Scott racing towards the line and makes a catch, a step into foul territory. One down. Jarrell with a slow roller to third. Denton, another play on the run. Two down.
It's an efficient 12th for Halverson. So far, it's been a very efficient 13th. Quick outs. Shallow fly ball to right field. Now roll over ground ball that Zane Denton does a great job charging. Solid transfer, and that's two quick outs here in the 13th.
They're going to pinch hit for Cam Canarella.
Must be hurt.
Yep. Oh, Canarella's the one that got tossed, is what I'm understanding.
Oh, how's that even possible?
Oh, this is gone straight ridiculous. There's Cam Canarella. He's still in the dugout. You don't have to leave if you've been ejected. Well, if that's the case, then our film wasn't Canarella coming on the field because he was in center. But regardless, they have to turn to Nathan Hall. We'll try to get some clarification. 13 innings complete. Nothing decided except that this game is bananas. Well, we think we figured out what happened. Nathan Hall is now in center field. We're going to show you Cam Canarella running off the field after that double play to end the 13th inning. And Canarella coming off the field. Keep your eye on the center fielder for Clemson. There's a double play, ends the Tennessee threat. And with Zane Denton at second base, Canarella apparently has words for him. Angel Campos sees, looks over his shoulder. The second base umpire is also the crew chief. More chirping continued. Campos didn't like it and said, well, he's got to leave the game.
You cannot do that. Not for that. I mean, these kids have played 13 innings. Again, like you want to take emotion totally out of this game. That's how you're going to do it. If they're going back and forth a little bit, they're both going their own way. So be it. But there's zero way that you can throw a kid out for doing that. And either one of them. And I don't know what was said, but they're going the other way, guys. We're not face to face. We're not initiating anything. They're fired up. They're running off the field. This has got to stop.
I tell you what, you're right on track. And if there's any indication of how unimportant the exchange was, nobody from Tennessee even reacted to it.
Denton was walking away. He very well may have said something too. I'm sure that he did. But hey, as long as people have competed, that's happened. There's nothing wrong with that.
I blame the guys who write the rule book.
Yes.
Got so worried about it. Here's Charlie Taylor's first plate appearance. Casey Talent is a new pitcher for Clemson. They just took out one of the best and most impactful players in this game. Cam Canarello hit a 3-run home run in the 5th, doubles in the 7th, and a game-tying shot in the 9th. Talent's from just down the street in Hartwell, Georgia. And he's getting a chance here now as the 8th reliever for Clemson. One and two. Does that ejection come with a suspension?
If the rules are consistent during the year, that's a game. I mean, that makes it even worse.
One-two pitch. Is there anything that could have happened there or could have been said that would have justified an ejection?
No, not the way that it was done. There's no chance. Listen, if you're nose to nose with somebody and you're about to go at it, that's totally different. That wasn't it. He was fired up, running off the field. He said something. Denton probably turned around, said something back to him. They went their own way. Go play the game. Let them play the game.
Bertram called off, and Engel handles it. One down, back to the top of the order, and Maui Ahuna. It's one way to suck the life and excitement out of it, that's for sure.
I mean, we want fans to be engaged. We want kids to show emotion. And to your point, I mean, it's a reaction based on rules that were written over the last few years. They've gone too far. There's a time when somebody deserves to be thrown out. That wasn't even close.
Two and 0. And without getting on his soapbox, you can make a case that the rules that were put in were an overreaction to non-issues. Tennessee was the leader in the clubhouse, celebrating, talking smack. There were no bench clearing brawls. There were no fights. Maybe there were some feelings hurt.
There's nobody
but you could make a great
each other all the time. I mean, that hadn't happened.
And you could make a case that Tony Vitello's team last year, #1 for most of the season, upsetting the Supers. They played with a black hat on all year. They were good for college baseball. They brought attention to college baseball that hadn't been in this sport in some time, especially during the regular season.
Absolutely.
And the powers that be got scared. Here's the 2-2 from Talent. Full count. Way back in the bottom of the 10th, Maui Ahuna turned a 4-6-3 double play that kept this game going. Clemson would have had the winning run crossing had the double play not been turned. One out walk. Hunter Ensley is 0 for 6 in this one. Breaking ball waved at, 0-1. Ensley sends a sharply hit drive into the gap in right center. Ahuna to third. They're going to wave him home. Ensley standing at second base. The throw home. It's late, and Tennessee reclaims the lead in the 14th. Hunter Ensley was just 1 for his last 19 before this.
First 6 at bats tonight. Strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. Ground out, strikeout, fly out. That don't matter anymore. Double in the right center field gap. Maui Ahuna was running a minute this was put into play. Riley Bertram tried to deke him at second base. That didn't work. Ahuna scores all the way from first. Tennessee's back on the board here in the 14th.
And now Jared Dickey. And they'll put Dickey aboard. Tony Vitello out. Got Jaslov's spot is due up. And before he does anything, he's going to wait for Bakich possibly make a move. Tennessee with a 1-run lead in the 14th. A peek ahead to the Clemson half. They'll have 2, 3, and 4 spots due up, including Caden Grice. The carousel continues to spin out of the Clemson bullpen. B.J. Bailey is the latest spit out. This is B.J. Bailey, left-hander from Woodruff, South Carolina. 6'5", 175. 2-2 with a 4.20 ERA, making his 17th appearance. Clemson's about out of pitching, and they're going to have to play at least 1, if not 2, tomorrow. Tennessee's
about out of position players. Looks like Kavares Tears has grabbed the bat. He's now on deck. Well, we had a feeling this one would be pretty good.
Almost good enough for 2 games.
We were right. Yeah, we're not too far away.
I'm not saying it's a late night, but the Esso Club stopped serving food. Might be limited to Tiger Town.
57 seconds ago.
Yeah,
Zach.
Tiger Town Tavern might be the only one left. They're also in the 5th inning already in Palo Alto. Here's Tears, freshman from Lewisburg, Tennessee. Ensley the runner at second, Dickey the runner at first. B.J. Bailey's first pitch is a fastball up, 1-0. At this rate, squeeze play is going to go off the air before we do.
And they'll let us know.
One and one. Opinion shared by many. 1-2.
To be fair, these guys have been put in a tough place. I mean, the rule has changed by the rule book. The way that it is right now, it's put the guys on the field in a really tough spot because you follow it probably warranted what happened. It's got to change. It absolutely has to change. Kavaris Tears, the freshman, who has real juice in his bat. Left on left, swings right through the slider right there. That's a big out for B.J. Baylor. If you're Clemson right now, you got to look at the scoreboard and remember it's just a one-run game. Get out of this thing. We've had enough drama tonight. Why not a little bit more?
Two on for Christian Moore. 2 out in the 14th. And the pitch is up 1-0. Tennessee hasn't played a 14-inning game since 2017. That was a 5-3 win at Texas A&M. Was it Texas and Sam Houston?
That went
Boston College and Sam Houston in Austin, if I'm not mistaken.
Austin Wood threw like 180 pitches for Texas.
Skipped home across the plate.
It was 21, wasn't it? In 2009, it was 25 innings. We don't need to break that record.
No, thank you. Did he go? He did not, and Tennessee has loaded the bases.
We're getting a little restless late tonight, but this is the right call. Moore's hand start, but the barrel doesn't go far enough, so balls haven't loaded here with 2 outs. Yeah, 2009, 25 innings, 7 hours and 3 minutes. Austin Wood went 13 innings through 169 pitches.
And he slept in the next day. 2 outs and the bases loaded, and Ethan Payne showing bunt. Laid down a bunt both times tonight. Third season on campus for Payne. He's 10 for 36 in his career. 1-2. Ensley at third, Dickey at second, Moore at first. The pitch, swing and a miss. Clemson indeed keeps it to just 1. They'll do it by getting Payne swinging. We go to the bottom of the 14th. 6-5 Tennessee. Well, these two conferences rivals in so many respects. The last time the ACC had a 14-inning game was a 15-inning contest in Omaha. Virginia beat TCU in 2014. A&M knocked off Davidson in 15 innings in the Supers in 2017. Sunday Night Baseball comes your way tomorrow night. Here's a ground ball to short. Yankees and Dodgers. How long has this game been? Our co-worker Eduardo Perez took off from Miami and then landed in LAX, and we're still calling the same game.
That's beautiful. Thanks for the update, Eddie.
It's got Mookie Betts and the Dodgers against the Yankees tomorrow night. Tom Hart, Kyle Peterson, our sensational crew. grinding today after a long day. Our first game of the day started at noon, and they were here much earlier than that. Here's Will Taylor at the plate. Taylor singled and scored back in the 5th inning. Strike called, 2-1. Three balls and a strike.
Clemson right now just next man up. Get somebody on first base, and if it's Taylor, he's got a chance to do damage with those legs.
Wide receiver on the football team. And a 14th inning walk brings Caden Grice to the plate again. Grice has been the leading man all night for Clemson. He started this game 4 hours and 40 minutes ago. He worked 8 2/3 innings on the mound and then moved over to first. He was an out away from a complete game victory. Strike on the edge, 0-1.
Backdoor slider for Halverson right there. Keep in mind, through all of this, Tennessee has used 3 arms. Dolander, Burns, and now Halverson to get to this point.
Clemson, on the other hand, has used 10. Frank Anderson, the pitching coach, calling in the next pitch on the left of Tony Vitello. Taylor fakes going, and Grice fouls it off. We're talking earlier in the game with Eric Bakich about the run game and its importance to Clemson. It cost them an opportunity in the first when they sent their catcher / right fielder Cooper Ingle, but it paid off for them in the 5th when they got off and running. The 0-2 to Grice. 97-mile-an-hour fastball missed. 1-2. "17 home runs on the season for Grice. Team leader."
Good spot, but just missed. Breaking ball that Halverson's trying to throw in that exact same spot, down and away. If he can catch the outside corner at the knees, great. If not, and a really good take by Caden Grice.
2-2 pitch. Full count.
How do you put Taylor in motion here? Just 1 out. Will Taylor 8 of 8 on the year on stolen bases. You're counting on Grice to put it in play, or hoping for ball 4, 8-1.
There he goes. The pitch is strike 3 on the outside corner. And a stolen base for Taylor. Grice said it's the same pitch. Same pitch he took for ball 3, gets him punched out.
It was up a little bit further. I think the question was whether it got any piece of the plate. It's close. It's definitely close. Charlie Taylor up and throwing, but they take the chance with Will Taylor. He's now standing at second base for the pinch hitter.
Taylor takes off for third, and the slider misses away. Jack Crichton is the new hitter for Clemson. They've had 4 different hitters in this 5th spot after they lost their DH. Tying run at third. Crichton puts it in the air to shallow right. Scott coming in, and Tennessee survives the marathon. The Volunteers will play in the regional final tomorrow night at 6 o'clock Eastern. Everything you could have asked for, and some things you didn't.
Partner, we've done a whole lot of these together. That was one hell of a baseball game right there. I mean, it had absolutely everything. We got home run drama late. Clemson came back. Tennessee comes back, and the arms of Tennessee a big part of this too. Just 3 guys came in the game for Tennessee. Everybody was at least 97. Seth Halverson does enough to hold on, and Tennessee gets to sleep in tomorrow, and that means a lot after this one.
We'll have to wait and see of Cam Canarella's availability for the elimination game tomorrow. Clemson will be right back here at the ballpark at high noon. That's an elimination game with Charlotte, team they've already matched up with once this season. And Tennessee can sleep in and rest before they face the winner of that one. They'd have to lose twice to not advance to a super regional. Now what do we do?
Hydrate.
Yes.
Only one thing to do.
We'll get you out to the West Coast. A&M and Stanford. Roxy Bernstein will pick that one up in progress. What a fun one tonight. High drama throughout the entire evening. Tennessee will celebrate to have a chance to win this thing tomorrow. We'll see you at high noon for Clemson and Charlotte. For Kyle Peterson, our fantastic crew, I'm Tom Hart. Enjoy what's left of your night, everybody.